Hey everybody, welcome back to another Fear the Old Lore stream. Today is Good Friday. I kind of forgot about that. And yeah, so we're going to have Easter coming up this weekend. So I hope everybody has an enjoyable weekend and gets a lot of delicious food and all that kind of thing. Last stream we finishing up with Archdragon Peak and defeating the Nameless King. We looked at all of his items from Ludleth, and that was always a fun time going through Archdragon Peak. So today, we've pretty much finished most of the main content in the game, so we're going to head into the DLC, and we'll start off with the Painted World of Ariandel, because, I mean, that's just kind of how the DLCs were released, and the end of this painting does kind of lead into the next DLC, so it just kind of logically progresses from there. So, everybody, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you all again. Sinclair Lore, welcome to the stream, and thank you for leaving all the comments on the videos over the past couple months. Nymphales, welcome back. Venom, welcome back as well. You're waiting here first. Blue Mew, the cycle repeats again. Silver Templar, also welcome to the stream. Goddess Spaghetti, nice to see you again. And it looks like you're going to have to fight Venom to the death. Okay. So, was there anything else? Did I level up? Yeah, I pretty much leveled up. So we already did go to the Cathedral of the Deep, and we met Gale, who gives us the fragment of the painting. And we did kind of accidentally enter the snowfield for the DLC's entrance. Just a little bit of a exclamation or explanation as to what's going on. Raceland, welcome to the stream. He said, well, actually, in Sophie's Reddit Lunatic's voice, the streamer is first. No, there was already people actually waiting for me before I loaded up my stream today, so I wasn't the first. Emlyn Person, welcome to the stream. And Venom says,
home now.
Who the hell said that? It sounded like it was right there. Maybe I shouldn't have panned the camera? I would have assumed it was this guy, but it just sounded way too close. So yeah, when we first get drawn into the painting, we end up here. And then we get this locust guy. I think he's... No, he's not dead yet. I probably just pulled out my flasks. Yeah, of course. So yeah, this is a... I mean, kind of looks more like a corvian than an actual locust, so I might have been wrong with saying he's a locust. He's surrounded by all these eggs and fur-lined poop on the walls, essentially. So he'll just say,
Quick, go along. Find one for yourself. A sweetly rotting bed to lie upon.
So that's pretty much that for now. We talked at the beginning. I forget what he told us to search for when we first entered the DLC. My lack of preparation is showing, I suppose. And, there's a dev note over here because we're not connected to the internet right now. So only the mighty may proceed. That's kind of an interesting dev note. Alright, going back to chat. Emlyn says, hello, good luck, thank you very much. And Venom says, choose your weapon, but not the greatsword because last Protagonist has dibs on it. And Nymphales' favorite weapon is the standard brick. And Sinclair's is the Leon the Shapeshifting Chameleon. So yeah, I'm not sure why it just said that line of dialogue there. I kind of want to like reload the that'd like lead to a fight with the Nameless King, which I mean is always fun, but it's just a little bit time consuming. So before one faces the painting, one should face the depths of Lorethrough Castle. So that's a really big dev note there. Like, why would anybody in the world really write this? And so maybe the little bell icon is to show that it's from the devs specifically. Because I mean, when you do find notes left by players, they have like different icons depending on how many like votes they have for them. So I guess the bells represent the developers. Those aren't eggs, it's a fungus? Oh, gotta go back and check. Fungus would be fitting, but I thought there were also eggs in here. I thought there were like colony eggs. Oh yeah, I guess I could see that being a fungus. But with like all the worms around it, made me think they were like insect eggs or something like that. So if it is a fungus, that's cool, and thank you for letting me know. So a bit of backstory about the painting. It'll come to us as we go through the area as well. It's beginning to rot because it's existed for too long, so the denizens of the painting kind of want it to get cleansed away with a purifying flame or a fire so that they could paint over it and start anew. So coming into this area, we will find some more interesting enemies. I think I need to refill up my flasks. They've got these like hollow women looking like things that have like a bunch of branches that are on fire. And interestingly enough, the flames on these branches will pursue the character. So I've seen like some Japanese theory that these beings might be related to, or like the profane flame might be related to the painting or something like that, because the flames pursue life from the profane flame. I don't remember that theory very well, though. I guess that this one isn't an actual enemy right now. So as we come over here, I'm trying to remember what these knights are called. Are these Millwood Knights, or is that the other DLC? Oh, failed the backstab. Okay, so that still died in 2 hits. So we do a decent amount of damage for coming into the DLC, I guess. Which is nice. Large soul of an unknown traveler. And so these guys are kind of wandering around, maybe patrolling. Oh, okay. I actually don't really remember the beginning layout of this place super well, because it's kind of nondescript. So this is more of like one of those locusts that I was talking about, but it's more bug-like than the ones we'll find in the Ringed City. Got like stereotypical fly eyes, the wings on its back. But if we look at its hands and feet, they do seem to have more like humanoid digits. Not to say that like this was a normal fly. It was probably a transformed human or hollow at some point. Alright, so going back to the chat. Assailant LF, welcome to the stream. You said this area is so disgusting. Those fleshy barnacle growth things on the walls are so nasty when you look closely. Got a Spaghetti says, the lore here is so fantastical in contrast to the main games. Yeah, because the painting's rotting. Cameron McConnell, welcome back. You said, you thought this was the weakest DLC by far of all the Souls games. They redeemed themselves with the Ringed City, though. I feel like a lot of this stuff that occurs here is kind of under the hood. I understand why people are kind of disappointed about it, because we did visit the painting in Dark Souls 1, so it feels like a bit of a rehashing. I think it has a good place, and if this is the only DLC, I'd probably be more inclined to agree with you. But I just kind of take it as part of a whole and just try to appreciate it for what it is. We get a poison gem, which probably just links the fact that like that fly thing was over here eating all this stuff. So it looks like maybe there is blood splattered over here, which might tie into why there's the poison gem. Maybe the fly was drinking the blood, something along those lines. And Venom says it's a fictional world inside a fictional world. Yeah, we're entering true Inception territory here. Yeah, I agree, Venom, that it wouldn't make much sense because Sulyvahn only found the profaned flame once he got into the profane capital. But I think the idea was, I mean, I'm probably misremembering it because it's been a really long time since I looked at that post in Japanese, is that whatever makes the profane flame work might also be at work with what we see in the painting. It might not have necessarily actually like been from the painting. So that was probably more like me just misremembering than anything. Oh. Flamethrower. Ow. That's the only attack that thing can do. So maybe that's kind of something interesting to ponder about, like why these dudes can actually like breathe fire. It seems like he's only using the torch. It doesn't seem like a bona fide pyromancy. So maybe there's something within the painting itself which allows it to combust really easily. Okay. Cameron says it does tie in more to the main story, which is nice, though it presents even more questions. Sinclair says Dark Souls 3 is so pretty. Yeah, even though like this place is all misty and hard to see, does this thing fall apart when I go on it? Yeah, shit. I meant to go check out the rest of that other area. I think now we get ganked by like a bunch of wolves, which can be kind of annoying. Venom says, those dudes patrolling were part of the Farron Legions. When an Abyss Watcher fell to the Abyss, they were tasked with killing him. As the Abyss Watchers linked the fire, the purposeless warriors found their way into the painting and hollowed. Interesting. Thank you. Emlyn says, you know where the idea of the fly and the lady Frieda comes from? Have you ever heard of the Saint Seiya, like the anime? I've heard of it. I think I watched like a few episodes, but I honestly don't remember anything other than that. And like, I think they had pretty cool visors and armor. And that's about all I remember. Wolves. Owls, that's a bad time. Probably should have just YOLO'd it. Because, you know, dogs in FromSoft games are always scary. Oh shit, they're waiting for their friend. Oh, that's not good. Oh, it lived! Right? This is definitely a different experience with this gigantic AoE. Oh damn, it knocked back my shield. This gigantic AoE weapon. Oh, okay. Oh, almost missed that one. And that one. Oh yeah, definitely a different experience. I feel like these ones are just teleporting out of thin air now. Okay, so I think that's okay for now. And if we come up to this thing right here, we finally see like one of the hostile trees, I guess? Maybe? I might be wrong. At least its wind is blowing a bit more violently, so I'm going to assume it's violent as well. Mr. Lorethrough, welcome back to the stream. And Venom says, your theory is that the painting is covered in blood, particularly the rotting areas, because these worlds are painted using blood, right? And as we see at the end of these DLCs. And so yeah, going back to the idea of like it being painted with blood, we could also make the connection that they're essentially painted with souls, because the blood of the painting comes from the Dark Soul. And so, I mean, that's kind of a weird concept, and we'll get into that a lot more later, but for a long story short, we could say that the painting is blood, and blood is souls, therefore the painting is souls, to a certain degree. And Phobos, welcome back to the stream. Sinclair says, plot twist, they're dragons, that's why they breathe fire. I mean, there are a lot of hollows that do turn into wyverns and dragons, so you might not be wrong there. Welcome back to the stream. The torch's description kind of explains it. This is your favorite area of the game. And Elda says we need to do a collab. Venom says you've watched Saint Seiya, but you don't see how the flies relate to it? Okay. Blue Mew says, this is a pretty interesting DLC with the lore contained. Seems short, but you always defer if the story's good. All those fur pelts. Elda would have been here sooner, but you need to change your earbud while at work. Okay, so maybe this one. Oh no, it's definitely aggro. Hostile, rather. I should have showed off some of its attacks. Well, we'll see more of them, I suppose. But I think this way will bring us back to where all the dogs and stuff are. Or not the dogs, but all those knights were. I'm just going to go back up to see the items that we missed. I think I need to change my shield because I've got the lightning one with having just fought the Nameless King. That has frost breath. So maybe this one's different? Because it doesn't have flames on it? Interesting. Oh, it moves around. Oh, that's probably a grab. That'd probably be cool to see. How much HP do I have? Almost full. I think that's the frostbite effect on me. Maybe it's gone. No, it looks like I'm still snowing myself. Okay, so I didn't realize that they were actually like snow variants of these. Kinda cool. Check out our HP. Okay, that'll be good enough to heal with think now. Alright, I'll just leave that for now. We got another tree over there. He sure is keeping that Mira armor polished. I mean, I did finally start to upgrade my vitality again, so we should be able to equip different armor. I don't think I'll ever really be able to wear the black iron set again, at least not in this one. So we got a crap ton of knights. Okay, so this was actually a kind of good way to go. So we get the follower javelin. That'll probably explain who these dudes are a bit better. Alright, so this is a light spear wielded by the Farron followers, balanced to allow for throwing. The followers attack in groups surrounding foes, shielding themselves and thrusting their spears at their foes. On a final command, they hurl their spears at their fallen foe to give the retired warrior an honorable send-off. Okay, so Venom was right that these dudes were the followers of the Abyss Watchers, it seems? Or at least Farron Keep. I don't really know if that's... they're really supposed to be distinguished more than that. So going back to the chat. Mr. Loster says, you know you have people have problems with canines in Dark Souls, but you find them easy. It's just more like they're fast, and they're typically by something else, at least for me. It's like, in Bloodborne you can shoot them, which really just kills them. In Dark Souls you can just hold up your shield, and then they'll bounce off, and you can counterattack. So maybe if you're like running more of a two-handed build, they can be a bit more dangerous than some of the others. Venom says, DS dogs vary a lot in difficulty depending on whether you have a shield or not. Yeah, that would make sense. Blue Mew says, those trees still impress. The trick is to always counterattack. So yeah, I'm assuming if you're like two-handing, it's going to be a bit tougher because you first need to track the dogs and then like roll away and still hit them, and that can take a while, and they could probably bounce away from that. And yes, Saturn, thank you once again for shouting out Sinclair lore. If for whatever reason people who aren't familiar with Sinclair lore, they do a good channel filled with a bunch of lore content ranging from Demon Souls, Dark Souls, Sekiro, Bloodborne, and Katakyo Hitman Reborn, as well as many other various topics. And they're very lighthearted and fun people and good people, so definitely give them a chance if you haven't. Phobo says, LP, do you think the corvians are related to angels? You were thinking about how the angel's egg influenced the idea of Filianor, and in that film, angels are shown to look a lot like them. So, I don't really know if the corvians are supposed to be related to angels. I think the angels might have been inspired by the primordial serpents, depending on like the content. I still don't really have my mind fully made up on that. And we'll probably see a little bit more to go in hand with that once we do like the Ring City and all that stuff with the Dreg Heap. And Phobos says, there's also the whole beast people popping wings out, maybe a relationship to Velka, maybe a relationship to Tengu, but it's even more tenuous. So yeah, Velka might have been the other deity who's related to the Corvians, just because we do find the Corvians in Dark Souls 1 concentrated pretty heavily in the Painted World there, and Velka is more associated with the Painted World. So that's maybe the more likely connection with the Corvians. If they connect to the angels, I don't know. I would probably not think so, just because we don't really see any of the Corvians around near Gertrude's cage. So maybe you could say like the angels could even be related to the man-grubs, because they do shoot like the feathers out of their their little spears, staffs. Well, can't think of it. Blue Mew says, is anyone else's stream stuttering? Let me check OBS. Yeah, I guess I was losing frames for some reason. My bitrate is lower today, so that's weird. Hopefully it doesn't keep messing up. Alright, so it's been fine for Venom. Scott, welcome back to the stream. He said, hello, sorry you've missed a few streams, been busy. Yeah, it's fine, man. I understand life. Unfortunately, we do get the VODs up if you are interested in that, but if you want the live experience, I totally understand as well. But it's always nice to have you. Sinclair says, you're in the woods, so the stream is a little slow for you, so you just heard you say Katakyo Hitman Reborn, and you've never been happier. And Elda says maybe they're all hopped up on the old blood. The Nose, welcome to the stream. He said, I think you're thinking of the bird, which seems more analogous to Noah's Ark and not necessarily an angel. Okay. Oh yeah, it looks like it's buffering for me too. A little bit. Yeah, my internet seems to be like stuttering, which is really annoying because like I'm using lower settings than I was yesterday and I didn't have problems yesterday. So that was it with the follower spirits. We find out that these dudes are related to the Farron Legion, and we wanted to go this way. So I think that tree isn't a thing because it's lighter gray colored, more covered with snow. So, okay, this is the bonfire from when we first came in the area. So we just kind of didn't come up this hill when we first entered. Oh, so maybe... Yeah, okay. I thought there might have been more this way. So I was kind of right, but mostly wrong. So that's a good loop over there. I think the way to proceed through is to go up that hill to the left. So I'm going to go all the way over to the right. As I noticed that there was an item way over there in the distance before, but also just bring us to the cliff ledge. Hopefully not run off, but sometimes there are like hidden items like off the cliffs. I didn't think that there was one in this portion of the DLC, but better to be safe than sorry, I suppose. We've been sighted by another wolf, a gigantic one. Definitely bears a strong resemblance to Sif. Oh yeah, this one is actually a strong wolf. He's got a little wolf. Oh, I'm low on HP. Really? Titanite shard. Interesting that it disappears like that. Probably because like the ragdoll physics is my justification. Because it's always kind of hard to reconcile like what corpses stay on the ground versus which ones disappear, and for what reasons. I noticed there was the item over there to the left. I'm just trying to remember where all the area connects to. So I think this goes by where like the tower is. Okay, yeah. Okay. That makes sense. I am remembering it a bit better. So this is the item that I was talking about. And we get just some souls. Okay. Lolster says, have I ever heard the theory that Velka is the furtive pygmy? Oh, I'm scared. No, I don't really think I have. Elda says, grubs are larvae, so they gotta metamorphose into something. And Phobo says, you mean the film? You were thinking of the baby bird shown inside an egg at the start of the film. James Lange? Or Lange? I'm not sure how you actually pronounce your last name. Welcome. You said, first time in the stream. Hi, everyone. Nothing confuses you more than the Angel/Gertrude stuff. Yeah, I was hoping we might find some more answers to that later. I think I might need to delve into things a bit more to figure that out. I mean, that's kind of more of a lie. I'm pretty sure we're not going to be able to figure it out, but... As I said, I think on last stream, it always feels like we're given, like... We're missing one link in the chain to really tie everything together. And in the case of Gertrude and the angels, it almost feels like more than just one link lost in the chain. So this one has fire. And these, it'll like shoot them at me, so I want to probably kill these guys fast, actually. Probably just show off one of them. Ow. So yeah, these flames will chase us. Which is more of a property of like the profane flame or like the homing flames. So we could assume that these flames have like properties of life within them as well as a result of that. Really pretty, really dangerous though. Forgot just how many trees were over here. Get some more wolves. So we'll just kite them away from these flames if we can. Oh yeah, I need to change my shield, don't I? Instead of the Spirit Tree, we'll go with the Dragon Crest shield. It doesn't mitigate all the fire damage, but it does mitigate a lot of it. Which is always useful. I don't remember if I healed. Oh, I'm taking frost damage. Okay, we're fine. For now, at least. Kill the wolves, and then I'll check the chat. Okay. Bingo Boppins, welcome back to the stream. Okay. Venom says, if you beat the big wolf in his 2 encounters, his boss form will have less HP later, but you only get Titanite from beating him, so you don't lose anything from dying. He disappears because you haven't killed him yet. Okay. Okay, thank you. So this one is related to the boss? I didn't realize that. Or like those wolves are related to the boss. Walster says, it's interesting how the wolves look like normal, unlike dogs outside the painting. Yeah, well, the dogs outside the painting are probably more affected by, like, actual hollowing, whereas, like, the painting is supposed to be a kind of refuge for a lot of the creatures. So it is a little bit interesting that they're, like, not all rotted and stuff, but a little sad sight, so move the camera a bit. Merkington says, divine large, big piggo size. And Venom says, Beta lore, the Abyss Watcher's boss fight was meant to use their wolf, but that version was replaced with just fighting them all. All that was left in the final game was the Covenant Wolf model. That still bleeds. The wolf boss in the painting seems to be the return of that idea. Interesting. What's more dangerous, giant wolves or giant pigs? Depends. Does the wolf have a sword? Emlyn says that link is Saint Seiya. If you tried to link it in YouTube, I'm not sure it went through, so you might want to do it in the general channel of our Discord. Balster says the pigs killed him more than the wolves. Gravity killed you more than anything. Poor tree lady. Venom says the wolves in this DLC actually have rather good AI and how they copy in real life wolves tactics. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how much effort they put into like summoning them as a pack and then waiting for them to like all attack together. But definitely cool stuff there, though. Just in time, welcome back to the stream. He said, in this world, fire is a source of salvation, while in the Dark Souls world, it's a form of stagnation. Would it be safe to assume that rot would be a salvation to our world? A poison to poison, you say? I don't really think so, and just if we go back to like some like Rick and Morty logic, like the universe within the universe, like at the end of the day, if they don't follow the laws of that universe, they can still get ruined by the controller of that universe. So in Rick and Morty, it's Rick. In Dark Souls, it's obviously like the fire. And so whether or not the fire has a will of its own is a matter of debate. Probably need to wait for my status to go away. James Lane says, you seem to recall Vati saying, implying the docile tree lady being Sulyvahn's mother or something. I don't know about that. That seems like a pretty tenuous claim to make, but I mean, other than that, I suppose it could be difficult to explain where Sulyvahn really comes from, but I mean, we do have some of the the followers, so I mean, it's not impossible for humans or whatnot to have existed here, but now that I think about it, I guess Sulyvahn is kind of made out of wood himself and isn't normal, so maybe he is like a tree person who got legs or something. I don't know. This takes me back to the days of Mario Paint. I don't know if these ones are alive. After that last one, I'm a little bit skeptical of all of them now, or suspicious of all of them now. So this area seems to be covered with like blood again, and we get some more of the fly dudes. Isn't the one over there like pregnant? Kind of like the blood lickers? Oh no, maybe not. And then we get a frozen weapon. New sorcery. It's cool stuff. Okay. So one of the spells left behind by the young sorcerer Sulyvahn before leaving the painted world. Imbues right-hand weapon with frost. Sulyvahn was born and raised inside the painting, yet had little use for his frigid homeland since he had not yet experienced loss. So that's kind of a cool thing to consider, like, the painting is a home for those who've lost everything. It's a home of the forlorn. And Sulyvahn probably didn't feel at home here because he hadn't lost anything, is what that kind of a sorcery's trying to get across. Oh, ran out of stamina. The black firebomb. Maybe the trees are super weak to firebombs. That wouldn't be surprising whatsoever. Now I'm like wondering if locking on will reveal whether these trees are alive or dead. That might have been something I should have been doing as we went around. So coming up here... Here, or do we need to go back? Yeah, okay. Do we need to turn around? The next cave, which has like the bonfire. What was I doing? Okay, so yeah, we can see the bonfire from down there. We don't need to drop down just yet, I don't think. There's just another little entrance over here. So now that I've already cleared out all of the enemies on the way back, I'm going to go back to where that tower thing was, because I think there's some treasure or something over there. So I'll try to read chat and probably walk into walls as I do it. Mirkwood said he'd fight a giant pig with a sword. And Phobos says, you wonder if this is From's attempt to do the Northern Limit again. I have no idea. Michael Monona, welcome back to the stream. And Hilda says, you heard that was a red herring. Sulyvahn might have had tree wings for the same reason pilgrims and praying hollows become trees and tree butterflies. That's a fair point. Emlyn said, you just joined the Discord. We'll send you a link after the stream. Thank you. You could also just post it in the general channel. I do check that. And others might be interested as well. Bingo Bappins, you said, you've often wondered, is Sulyvahn a corvian? He didn't really seem like a corvian. He seemed more like a tree person than anything else, but it's hard to say for sure. So I think we need to go around, or no, I think we could approach it from two different ways. I'm trying to remember which way is easier. Oh no, I think this drops down, so we need to go all the way around to do it. Okay. Now, I can't remember if there's another bonfire over here. I thought maybe there's like a shortcut or something along the lines that... So these knights are kind of badass, actually. They can, I remember them kicking my ass a few times my first playthrough, so I might die here. But James says, humans are dragons, and trees and angels and butterflies. So confusing, it gives you conniptions. I can't remember if there's like multiple around this spot. Not. Think I'm fine to just duel him. That paranoia though. He's got a tree on his back. That's kind of cool. Try to remember that. And of course, ow. Trying to kick the shield. My dodge button didn't go at first again. Okay. I was afraid that wasn't going to kill him and he'd punish that. Decent amount of HP. How much Estus do I have left? 4. Okay, so I need to actually play well. Angry tree? A dead tree. Okay. Elda says, you wonder if corvians marry non-corvians? It's a good theory, Justin. You've heard people argue against it. Okay. So, Justin says, since Sully is made of wood and the wood lady is crying atop a spell of Sulyvahn, people believe that's his mother. I mean, I could see why people would come to that conclusion. I don't think there's anything to truly contradict it. I just don't think there's a ton to support it either, unfortunately. So I think that one might be left better to individual interpretation or headcanon. I thought there was like a fast way to track back into here. Oh yeah, we got that sniping bastard up in there. I think there's another dude at the bottom of that tower. Falls down. I'm scared, y'all. Think I could leave that one? Oh no, probably shouldn't. Can't tell if that's just him shooting things or if I've actually been followed. Okay, no, we're good. So let's make some regrets. I regret because that thing was totally alive. Or not alive. Weary warrior. We got 3 dead ones down at the bottom of this like broken tower. Alright, so it's this one I was thinking of, I think. I think the next hit will kill it. I was waiting for a 3rd sweep. Oh, damn. Sweet, okay. Night shard. It's really interesting that they only drop like the teeny meeny shards. And Venom says, humans just have a lot of potential change for change and evolution. Phobo says, this area and the town are good in your opinion, but the areas with the Varangian guys feel unnecessary. You would have loved it if this DLC had a castle or fortress area at the end. Dayran Ajad, welcome to the stream. He said, woo, the Patriot World, your favorite DS3 bit. And Merc says, the Corvian settlement is such a good little area, but the only 2 enemies are non-hostile shipbirds or the terrifying Corvian knights. Yeah, to be honest, I kind of always forget about like the beginning of this area just because there's not a lot to it. I mean, it's kind of cool, but it just feels really barren compared to how rich the latter half of it feels. The latter half, huh? Loster says you can't wait for Midir. David Najad says you'd really like to hear my take on these tree-like enemies in the painting, especially how they compare lore-wise to the pilgrim trees. I think it just shows that as Venom was saying, that there really is a lot of potential for human evolution, and maybe evolution's like not the best word, maybe human transformation could be better. This dude's gonna get yeeted. Well, he lived. That's annoying. I think. Where'd it go? Did you just go down to the bottom? Ethereal Oak Shield? Yeah, sorry, cut off. Now I'm all like paranoid. Oh, there's a crystal lizard over there. I'll need to remember when we come back down. But the fact that those tree women do have like embers or whatnot coming off of them does lead me to believe that they were human, which, I mean, that's kind of really obvious when you even just look at them. So these are the Millwood dudes. Okay, that's what I thought. I don't think there's anything else up here. I thought there was like a shard or something. Oh, got it. I can go higher. And then once I get to the top, I'll catch up with chat, like, fully. That scared me, that little prompt. I was like, oh no, he talks? I didn't remember. Okay. Some more souls. Let's try to make this look cool, I guess. Captain's Ashes. Alright, so lot to look at right there. Before that, let's go ahead and check out chat. Merc says... Oh shit. Oh man, I'm really behind. Corvian Settlement is such a good little area. Okay, read that one. The Pilgrim Trees. We'll do both. Time to duel. What did LP name his character? I think I'm Lore. Because I think like Fury D Old Lore was too long. Ludwig killed Maria. Just kidding, not kidding. Don't you dare spoil a 6-year-old game. Don't you dare. Elda says, you think becoming trees represents some sort of longing for spiritual salvation. I guess you could also take it the converse way, that like they're literally so attached they become literally like rooted in the world, their attachment to the world. I never really thought about it that way, but I mean, they're not exactly dead, but they kind of do seem to be. I mean, not these ones obviously, but the ones more like in Lothric. Just in Time says, you're really disappointed that From never brought back the hoplite abominations from in this DLC. They were pretty interesting to look at. Tree Barian should be the hero in another game. The forest part is pretty bad level design, enemy spam. I mean, it's different. I don't hate it. It's just unfortunate that's kind of forgettable, though, I suppose. Like, this is what happens when they don't add in poison swamps. You get big old open levels, and people still aren't happy. And Sinclair says, oh yeah, the Millwood Knights have a very Elden Ring feel. Yeah, I'm kind of excited to see what they'll bring out with that. Nightbot always knows when you're doing the banana. Thank you, because I need to straighten up for being a banana. Goddess Spaghetti says, Sulyvahn being from another world is so cool, you thought he was just some dude, lol. Venom says, you agreed, you hesitated on writing evolution, adaptation is a better term. Yeah, maybe. Sinclair says, thank you for the stream, you're going to go take a walk in the woods, sounds enjoyable. My content is excellent. Thank you very much, Sinclair, and hope we'll get in touch soon. Justin says, what do I think of the rot flies being counters to the locust priests? They look extremely similar. I think you could assume that the rot flies are what you would get from a locust priest if they gave into their earthly desires. And I mean, we will see more locusts later on, but I think they're just kind of, I wouldn't even say like two halves of the same coin. They're probably just like resting under the shade of the same tree, I guess, if we want to go with that metaphor. Bingo Boppin says, aren't the tree women witch trees like the mage staff? That's an interesting thought. I'll need to check that out again. I never thought that, because it seemed like we picked up the witch tree staff from just like a normal tree, at least in the Dark Souls world, the non-painted world, so. Venom says, it pisses you off that they introduced the Millwood lore just to talk about the concept of the Abyss Dragon and then never touch on it again. Merc says, Ponto doesn't read like a final boss at all in the finished game, though. He's barely built up at all. Yeah, so part of me wonders if the Champion of Ash is supposed to be the foil to Pontiff Sulyvahn, because it makes me wonder if Sulyvahn is on his way to start doing what we just did in killing all of the other Lords of Cinder. It would seem weird that he didn't, even if he wasn't going to try to like link the flame, it would have seemed really in line with this character to kill the Lords of Cinder to gain their power for himself. But yeah, his place is kind of weird. I could see arguments being made for him being both subservient and rebellious towards Aldrich, but I don't really know how I feel about Sulyvahn overall. Merc says, Pontiff doesn't read like a final... Okay, I read that one. Peace Eagle, welcome back. You said, do I support any sports ball teams? I actually don't really care too much for sports ball. If I were to choose a sport, I would choose like mixed martial arts and like the UFC and those types of fights and stuff. Isn't Midir the best dragon? Maybe. I'll need to look at the Millwood stuff again to see what I think about that. Foster says the witch trees are said to be in the far north and the painting is located in north. Interesting. I don't know if you could really say that the painting is in the north. Maybe because of the snow you can come to that conclusion? I don't know. Let me take some water here. Alright. So we got the Captain's Ashes, the Ephemeral Wood Shield, and the Millwood something. Alright, so this is the Umbral Ash of the Captain of the Millwood Knights. With this, the Shrine Handmaiden will prepare new items. Long ago, when the Millwood Knights lost the forest they called home, they began a journey so long that even thoughts of their sworn enemy washed away, replaced by a vision of a cold land and brittle wood. It's pretty cool. And then we picked up the shield. Probably going to be a big one. Oh, ethereal, not ephemeral. So, Charbron shield used by Millwood Knights that slowly regenerates HP. This shield appears to be blessed by a great if faded image of the ethereal oak. Interesting. I wonder what that ethereal oak is supposed to be. I wonder if it's supposed to just be like a spirit tree, and if that has any bearing or relation to the cursewood tree, whose name I always forget. And then, did we pick up the axe or was it like a spear? There we go. Millwood Battle Axe. Okay. Battle Axe wielded by Millwood Knights. Its blade is blessed by the symbol of the ethereal oak. A hefty axe normally wielded by the mightiest of warriors. Oh, I was expecting a higher strength requirement then. Where do I want to go? I don't think there's any reason to drop on those rafters. Okay. And there is like the gank squad guy downstairs still with the red eyes. I might die to that dude if I don't play well. And there was the crystal lizard as well. Okay. Nothing but death. No rafter. I wish I could read chat and look at the screen at the same time. Where the hell's our little bastard guy at? He's got to be way down at the bottom then. So we got our crystal lizard over there. Let's not regret this. Alright, the double bonk success. I wonder if we could roll onto and drop on him. Almost whiffed that. Oh no. Oh, I thought I was going down. That was interesting. I might have been able to live, maybe not. Who knows? Oh, he buffed himself. That's cool. Go back up the steps. Oh my goodness. I'm surprised he didn't connect with that. He's still alive? Okay. Red eyes, no joke. I think I just got another... Oh, yeah, definitely did. Okay. Alright, we're doing pretty well here. Alright, going back to the chat. Venom says, that connection just comes from Midir being a dragon associated with the Abyss. The game never really explains what the Abyss Dragon even is. It might not even be a literal dragon. So part of me wonders if the Abyss Dragon is just like abyssal dragons in terms of like the Japanese, because in Dark Souls 2, the dragon scales are described as being abyssal in their nature. Very explicitly in the Japanese. I don't remember the English, but it's super clear in Japanese that like the abyss is in the dragons, which is kind of a trip to think about. And hopefully that'll make a bit more sense once we do talk to like the Locust Preacher in the Ring City. It's just without that context, you're like, what the hell? Like, that doesn't make sense. You might think like a dark dragon then. But, no, I do think, generally speaking, that the Abyss is devoid of dark. Or it, like... Dark isn't native to the Abyss, and it's the fire which makes it, dark. Oh. That was a cool bonk on his part. I done goofed. I probably could have just... That tracking is dangerous. That's my chance. Okay, there we go. That wasn't too great, but I think that was like the really dangerous one because he had the wolf with him, and that way leads back to the bonfire from way earlier. We already went over here. Is there anything down here? No, just a drop. Okay. So looking back at the chat because I know you guys have been going at it. Well, if the tree ladies exist in the painting, they have to exist in the real world, since this place is a dumping ground. Maybe? I mean, Sulyvahn was born here, so we can't necessarily rule out that the tree ladies weren't born here, I guess. Venom says, some of the first theories were that the Abyss Dragon was Koth even. Okay. Elda says, 2 of the daughters of Izalith became 2 of the witch's staffs in the Bed of Chaos room. There's 2 witch staffs in the Bed of Chaos room? Dayran and Jad says, it's interesting that the pilgrim trees and the tree enemies in the painting both come from humans, but since the pilgrim trees were Londor hollows, you wonder if these people were also hollow. I think that they probably were hollow. Burwell1224, welcome back to the stream. You said, even the art on the weapons looks interesting and different. And Justin points out, we don't know if the painting trees were human. And Dayran says, it's like the Millwood Knights who forgot their mission. It's their memories replaced by the vision of a brittle wood. Victorious FIG, welcome back to the stream. You said, you know, you don't actively watch the Bengals anymore. You were a fan as a kid, so people keep buying team jerseys. So you guess you support them in that sense. Used to be a huge Boomer fan back in '91. Is there any hint as to the enemy of Millwood? I don't know. I mean, they do kind of resemble the Varangians in Dark Souls 2. But I don't know enough about Dark Souls 2 to be able to really say. But it looks like there's another patrolling dude with a wolf. So let's go for this guy over here. I think you can actually backstab him. I think I could leave him for a while, actually, so I'll do that. Yeah, so they might be related to, like, the Varangians of Dark Souls 2. I don't know their lore pretty much at all, unfortunately. But, what was I going to say about that? I was looking... And I mean, this might be obvious because, like I said, I haven't really played it, Dark Souls 2 that much to know for sure. But, I think they're related to the Lost Bastille and the king of that kingdom. I mean, that might be obvious if you've played through the game, but that's just one weird thing that I noticed in looking at the Japanese descriptions of some items. Just trying to kick you. Finally. Because it uses like the same description on one of the Varangian... But that's just his corpse. On one of the Varangian items and something related to the king. I don't remember what those 2 descriptions were off the top of my head, so forgive me for not making a very cogent point. Especially if it's something that is actually obvious. So if there is like an enemy of the Bastille, I assume these dudes might be related to it if the Millwood Knights are related to the Varangians. Okay. Victoria says, you haven't watched a game in 2 to 3 years. Now you're confronted with it. The Abyss Dragon. LP used gravity. It's super effective. It wasn't that effective, but I mean, we made it work. Peace Eagle says, you might be in the minority, but you feel the story lore in DS3 lacks a central figure like Gwyn, Vendrick, Ishin, etc. It makes things feel like there is no focus or a center point of reference, in your opinion. I don't disagree with you, but I think that also is part of this game's strength. Like, this kind of just shows what happens when all of the cults of personality kind of dissipate and people are kind of left to scramble and pick up and find the meaning for themselves. So that kind of aspect of the game resonates with me personally, although I do understand why people would feel that that isn't necessarily a good thing or something that appeals to them. I do like that in many ways, like Dark Souls 3 is a very unfocused game in that regard, and people have to kind of come up with their own stories. So that's just a normal one. So this is where it came from. So our other dude should be behind that wall then. Wasn't there another one? Do you think that's why they were exiled to the painting? Because they were enemies of Midir? If we assume that's the Abyss Dragon? Yeah, so maybe... Are the Millwood Knights afraid of the Abyss Dragon? Hard to say. What is the significance of dragons and souls? What do they represent? Dragons represent disattachment from life, in that they're kind of freed of the cycle, and they also challenge the flame and its justification for existing. Sort of. It's kind of weird to me whether or not, like, we should understand the dragons as having challenged the gods, or once the gods obtained power, they became drunk on it and just challenged. Oh shit, I was trying to roll behind him, not into him. Ooh, okay, that was risky. So I think that's everything for this area. So yeah, going back to the idea with like dragons and what they represent, because they're said to explicitly like not be alive, when we look at characters like Priscilla, who are described as like the antithesis of life, the dragons are kind of intrinsically, I wouldn't say like opposed, but probably incompatible with like the Age of Fire, which is why there is that conflict with the gods. The fuck? Just chilling in the air. This was a mistake. Shouldn't have come here. Should have gone with the painted trees. I don't like this. I don't like this. Fuck. Didn't mean to curse. Well, that was a lot of progress for that small area. We can just run past like a lot of things to get back. I forgot that thing spawns in there, though. The wolf in the sky was funny, though. Okay. So I'll catch up with chat, because I know you guys have been going for a while. Bingo says, the central figure is Lothric and the Pontiff is secondary in your opinion. Never felt there was a central figure in DS. What's the significance of the dragons? Kind of talked about that. Hopefully my point got through. So the abyss is emptiness or void of life, not the same as anti-life. That's kind of my perspective on it, Bloomew, and I think that gets a bit reinforced when we look at the dragon scale of Dark Souls 2 and combine that idea with what the Locust Preacher says in the Ringed City. So, El Gusto says, God of Spaghetti, dragons seem to represent some sort of apex archetype that life can aspire to escape the cycle of want. They are timeless and genderless. Oh yeah, and escaping the cycle goes back into the idea of dragons. I wanted to talk about that, but got distracted. When we follow the path of the Dragon Covenant, we kind of meditate away our physical world, so to speak, and we do land in a kind of not afterlife, a transcendental universe, something along those lines. So we transcend the physical world to go into a spiritual world where we can become a true dragon ourselves and escape the cycle of reality and everything that the flame binds us to. And that might be why, like, the pilgrims of Londor are on their pilgrimage, because they're on a pilgrimage to die. And that's significant because the undead curse keeps them coming back to life when they die. So it seems like the real cycle of Dark Souls is trying to come to terms with being unable to die and pass away and go with like the will of the natural world. And Gwyn is kind of subverting that. And so in many ways you could see like the dragons are the established order, the real not like driving force, but like they're just like the natural existence of the world without the flame or even with the flame. And so when Gwyn links, you could say like he's subverting the order of reality, and Koth mentions that pretty directly in Dark Souls 1, but it's a little bit hard to get across. So like the term that they use for it in Japanese is ri, and that means like order, justice. I mean, not justice, but it means like order, but in a way that's kind of hard to translate into English. It's like the natural universe, the law of nature is probably the way to kind of explain it a bit better. So like with Gwyn linking the fire, he's taking that power and subverting the law of nature and creating the Age of Fire is kind of what Koth at least was getting at. But by that same token, Koth is a pretty unreliable character to believe when we look at what happened to characters like the Dark Wraiths and the Four Kings. So Elda says, okay, read that one. What happened to the serpents? We don't know what happened to them. We just know that, at least with Yuria's dialogue, that Koth is dead. Elda says, dragons are the goal of those seeking to lose attachment. They are like the Buddhist arhats or the Buddhas. Right. And you think that the serpents were slain at some point, at least Koth was, mentioned having a dying wish. Okay. Fun fact, dragons never accidentally sit on their junk. No junk to sit on. Nods wisely. Yeah, not wyverns and stuff. Elda says, you meant everlasting dragons. Lesser dragons are imperfect and are alive with souls. Everlasting dragons are kind of not alive or dead, and instead of souls, they seem to have some power in their bones. Elda says, Fram did seem like an old nap taking fogey, but we know that Koth was slain at least due to the words used indicating he was taken out. Okay. Gotta Spaghetti really appreciates the thorough response from Lore Spawn, the best discourse. Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad that helps. Elda says, you don't think dragons challenged the gods? They were on top, so the gods challenged them because they wanted the world. And yeah, that's how I feel. Victoria says, the gods were like, hey, we're super into ourselves and our deal. And the dragon said, why? And then Gwyn was all, taste my lightning. Blue Mew says, why don't I remember that big butt wolf? Probably because you might have had enough Estus to get through that area and forget about it. I feel like now that I just died to it, I'll probably remember it maybe a bit better the next time I go through. But I probably won't. What? Damn it. Really bad at reading. Walster said to El Degusto, all you remember from the Japanese is that Koth had a dying wish. So, yes, but I mean, there's a bit more of like cultural relevancy to that idea of the dying wish. So, in English, we have the concept of like the will and testament, and that's kind of more like colloquial, or not colloquially, but like in this day and age, it's kind of more associated with the idea of leaving behind one's possessions to the bereaved, and that's kind of what people might take away from it if they don't really know like the origins of it. But like the last will and testament is essentially to like fulfill like the final desires of somebody who's passed on. And so if you take that idea of the last will and testament and apply it to the dying wishes of Koth, like the same idea is at like the core of both of those terms. So, oh, these are souls? Sweet. Oh yeah, this sniper guy. Forget he snipes. I think I can actually have him kill this dude. Maybe not. Okay, I think we should be good. This is the area I wanted to explore again. And so, going back to that idea of like the last will and testament, or like the dying wishes, that's also used pretty explicitly in Bloodborne to be the blood echoes that people take nourishment from. Oh, there's multiple archers here. That's... Damn it. Oh shit, and wolves. I remember this area was a bitch, which is why I didn't want to come here at first. And cursing more than I mean to, so try to be a little bit more mindful of that. Are these only archers? No. What? Did it really hit me that hard? Oh god. So we're all the way back down here. Totally missed that corpse over here. And then we're gonna have to run all the way back around. So yeah, like Dying Wishes, at least for the Souls games, also have like more significance. Dying Wishes in Dark Souls 3 isn't quite as significant as like Bloodborne, but that idea still has like a lot of cultural relevance overall. Damn it. Okay, I think I'm out of his range now. I don't know about the two dudes down there. I think I'll have a moment to actually like breathe and read up on some of those messages. Wolfie in the sky with fangs, lol. Justin says, to become like a dragon, you also have to shed your material belongings. The dragon stone doesn't work if you have armor on. Yeah, and so that's why we see like Big Hat Logan take off all of his clothes. I think he still has his hat on, so maybe that's why he doesn't become a true dragon, just like Prince Ricard in Arc Dragon Peak. Dayran says, what's the lore of the primordial serpents anyway? Where did they come from? Were they also a product of the First Flame, or were they around in the Age of Ancients? Those are all very good questions. Unfortunately, we don't know if they were around in the Age of Ancients. The English calls them primordial serpents, and the Japanese calls them more like world serpents. And so, yesterday on stream, I was wondering if they were supposed to be more analogous to like Nidhogger in Norse mythology that would eat at the root of the Tree of Life, because they do have like really big teeth and all that stuff. But yeah, unfortunately we're not given a lot, so we just kind of have to turn to other mythologies to see if they kind of have any analogous parts that we can compare them to. And Elda says, I can probably enlighten you guys on the details of what... I think I missed what you were talking about. When you kill that sable church lady, she can say something about Koth. Okay, so that was about the Dying Wishes. Yeah, okay, so I talked about that. KD, welcome to the stream. He said, super random, but what do I think of Grey Rat? You're feeling like you might have some secrets. I mean, I feel like he's pretty straightforward. If you like do his quest line, he says like he doesn't want to die not having done anything, so... he's a thief. He manages to steal what he wants to steal, but after that, like, he doesn't really have like a whole lot of reason to continue on as an undead. So that's probably why he ends up like dying permanently. Phobo says Ri as in the Chinese term Li. I don't know how the Chinese pronounces it, and I know like the chat's super far away now, so sorry for the delay. Let me pull up my keyboard here. So it's that character, super far in the past. And so Frompt is probably dead, judging by the bastardized depictions of him. So, yeah. Walster says, they are similar to the everlasting dragons, except they're imperfect dragons, whatever that means. So yeah, maybe I didn't say it, that the snakes are also imperfect dragons, and they failed to become dragons probably because they were so filled with greed and gluttony, because they'll eat pretty much everything. If we look at Frampt, and I think like the coveted serpent rings talk about that idea as well. Snakes are known as creatures of great avarice, devouring prey even larger than themselves by swallowing them whole. So if one's shackles are cause for discontent, perhaps it is time for some old-fashioned greed. So yeah, this gives you like pretty much the clearest image of what the snakes represent in Dark Souls, at least. And aside from Dark Souls, in mythology in general, snakes are representative of the moon, of life and rebirth, so kind of transcending death because they shed their skin and are born anew, just like the way that the moon sheds its metaphorical skin with the phases of the moon. So those are some analogies that we can consider. They're also symbols of knowledge, and that even extends into like the Western world with like Adam and Eve and the snake attachments with the fruit of knowledge, or the knowledge of good and evil, depending on how you want to like look at that story there. So yeah, pretty similar. I mean, it's pretty interesting to me how similar like a lot of these kind of like stories can be throughout the world, and what animals are associated with what emotions. Elda says, your theory is that they are from a previous cycle. The worthy became the everlasting dragons, but you'll bet humans produced the serpents, maybe the pus of man. Solomon says, where did the demons come from? They came from the chaos flame, which was artificially created by the witch of Izalith. And so you could also, in many ways, like they talk about the chaos flame and what the witch of Izalith did as being a sin. And so you could say that like demons are creatures born from sin, and they were produced from the chaos flame. So despite all that, they do have an odd affinity with humans, and so at least in Dark Souls 1, like chaos magic scaled with humanity a bit more. Spaghetti says, you think demons were created when the witches attempted to recreate the first flame? That's correct. Emmeline says, it's a bit like in Greek myth when the dragons are the Titans and the Gwyn is Zeus, Odin, Izalith, and Nyx and Nito is Hades. Right. I agree. So yeah, I would say like if you guys are super interested in learning more about like Dark Souls, I would suggest checking out like world mythology in general. Like Greek mythology is a good place to start with like the whole comparisons that can be made with Gwyn and Zeus. And Justin says, demons are anyone, also anything that are servants of gods or abominations. And Tanner asks Emlyn, what does that make Seath? And also Tanner, welcome back to the stream. It's always nice to have you as well. Oh man. You guys are going ham today. Don't know if I'll catch up. But I'll progress a little bit further and then catch up on some more of those comments. Oh yeah, what am I doing? I have a feeling I'm going to go through water like crazy today. That's not a bad thing. It's fun. Didn't backstab. Oh, now I kicked. Bit lower than I thought. I think I was embered before. We got the dogs down the hill. Maybe the second knight also went down the hill. Oh no, he's right there. But he's oblivious, so we can probably loot this thing right here. We get the Millwood Great Bow and the Great Arrows. Oh, got good range on that one. Oh, I got lucky. Now he's dead. Okay. And then we'll go back to where the Sith spawn essentially just wrecked our world, and then proceed from there. Before that, I actually need to go AFK for a quick second. It'll be less than a minute, just a few seconds. I'll be right back. Am I gonna get shot? Oh, damn it. What a bad spot to choose. Alright, 1 second. Alright, and I'm back. Trying to catch up a little bit. Elda says, Izalith seems maybe more like Lilith and Demeter to you, and maybe a bit of Hestia for pyrophilia. Izalith made the Chaos Demons, but regular demons exist too. Crow demons, for example. Victoria says, think of the physical last world wherein your body dies but still carries out the final intentions of the mind. So to some degree, taking it into ourselves, we're carrying on in an unbroken chain. And yeah, that's a good way to phrase it, and with Bloodborne especially, and even in Dark Souls, they talk about more specifically inheriting the will, and that's a really big theme throughout the games, the idea of inheriting somebody else's will and taking it under your own, so that way you can complete their last desires that they weren't able to fulfill. I don't know if I'll get shot over here. Any flying dogs? Oh. I don't know if it's going to chase me. I wasn't trying to do that, I was just looking for the small ones. Well, I'll run back around after we pick up this item. Partial Soul of an Unknown Traveler, and I actually might want to go back. Oh no, we don't. Just enough to level up once. Actually, this might be a bad idea. Okay, yeah, I'll go back to the bonfire and then do everything. And no, I'll just go level up because then I can look at chat while we load. Okay. Boba says, you don't think Nito is very similar to Hades? He strikes you more like a dying god type character like Osiris. He's the one that discovered death. Elda says, we don't exactly know the providence of the crow demons, besides they started as men. Victoria says, slain to the slayer, to the slain until we are inevitably slain and somebody else takes on the responsibility of all the intentions we carried, our own and those we picked up along the way. Justin says, Richard and Logan are cases where they can't let go of their ego and truly ascend. Their hats are representations of their status. What do I want to do? Vitality?
Farewell, Ming.
Oh yeah, we got some ash.
Gracious.
Oh, and we got the bow as well. We should get the Millwood stuff? Yeah, the great arrow. Heavy, sturdy great arrows made of black oak that deal heavy damage but have limited range. Can only be fired using a great bow. It is said that the Millwood Knights used these to face their sworn enemy, the Abyss Dragon. Interesting. So they were driven out of their lands from their enemy, the Abyss Dragon. So maybe it could have been Midir, since he was going after dark, so we could assume that the Millwood Knights themselves might be dark. But, I mean, that's if we assume that the Abyss Dragon is, what's it called? Is the Abyss Dragon. I don't think I looked at the Nameless King stuff, so we should do that now. So this is the Golden Crown. Crown of a Nameless King who is allied to the Ancient Dragons. This golden crown, buried amidst long strands of bristling ash, is said to closely resemble that of the First Lord. So that's kind of another reference to Gwyn, to just kind of attach those two together. A dragon scale armor of a Nameless King who is allied to the Ancient Dragons. Dragon scales are razor sharp and cannot be burned. So these golden bracelets, together with the golden breastplate and crown, are said to closely resemble those of the First Lord. Interesting. Probably weighs a lot, yeah. So here's the Millwood set. A helm worn by Knights of Millwood, adorned with antlers believed to grow from the blessed beast of the ethereal oak. When the fabled Millwood forest was discovered, it was a vacant ruin. The only thing left was the ethereal oak stood rotting. No corpses were discovered, yet their belongings lay neatly on the ground. So that's kind of interesting. It makes me wonder if, like, the painting can just absorb people from different lands. But, I mean, the other item said that they went on a hell of a long trek. So it's hard to say. Armor worn by Knights of Millwood. The charbronze breastplate and the thick black cape are adorned with the symbol of the ethereal oak. I think that's that. Oh, we can get more gems now? That's cool. And chunks. Sweet. I mean, I don't really need them, but sweet. How many of these I have? Okay, that'll be good.
Ash.
Alright. Emlyn says, to Tanner, he's Poseidon, more specifically the one from St. Seiya Lost Canvas. The fastest thing you can point out is that the mages use tridents. Oh man, losing my track. Walster says, you don't think Logan wanted to be a dragon, you think he wanted to be Seath specifically? I think Logan wanted the knowledge of dragons as a human, which is probably why he kept onto his hat. I think one of his items says it kind of explicitly that way. Blue Mew says, you think a key part of that is the gods are not gods? Kind of the Greek concept of gods, and that being extra human / supernatural, yet still bound by some of the same laws as humanity. And Elda says, a lot of Nyx's legacy seemed tied with the suffering, while Isolith seemed to change and a desire for independence. Sorry, I'm like saying these weirdly. Victoria says, Gwyn was definitely being extra when he started tossing lightning bolts at dragons. Yeah. Like I said yesterday, like when I was a kid, one of my favorite TV series was like, I mean, it's really crappy when you go back and watch it now, but it was like Kevin Sorbo's Hercules. And so, like, learning about the Greek pantheon and seeing that their gods are pretty much explicitly known to be petty and cruel was just kind of interesting and fun to learn about. And Justin says, considering we don't know what species Gwyn and company are, their species could be literally God. I think you're not wrong with that. Like, they are called God and, like, Godkin and that sort of thing. Emlyn says they are more powerful beings that humans have to deal with. Being extra, lol. Most religion deals with the impotent deities, not omnipotent one. Yeah. Although impotent might have a different connotation than you might have been going for. I wasn't locked on. Heal. Thank you. Wait, okay. So I'm just gonna warp back because I don't really feel like looking. Gwyn, I want this world. Dragon, stop being extra. Gwyn does a war. Elda says, you think back in Gwyn's day, all the proto-humans were lumped together and the concept of species / race evolved from the families of the lords. Like, you think pygmies were literally just... I think your message is cut off. You said maybe the Age of Dark is just a scheme by the electric company to sell light bulbs. LOL. Oh, just the runts. Okay. Maybe the Dark Age is just a trick the dragons are behind it. Blue Mew says, you think originally they were useful tools to demonstrate human vanities and frailties? At least philosophers viewed them that way, and it seems to be the case from their stories. Get a pretty little image. Oh, huh? Our castle. Okay. Phobos says, no, it's a term mainly used in Confucianism, which is also hard to translate. It encompasses things like rights and etiquette, but it can go up to natural law. Okay. So that's probably in reference to me bringing up the D character. Time for some Stoma, man. Inherited will versus extricated will. Fascinating. Okay. Pygmies could have been a type of contingency to maintain balance for returning the Age of Dark. Most Eastern thinking and philosophy revolves around balance. Yeah, so I do think there's like a lot of kind of Taoism at the root of the game as well. And Boba says they're different kanji, and in Japanese are pronounced differently, only being the same in Mandarin. Interesting. Blue Mew says, you actually think balance makes more sense to be said as duality, as if you dig deeper into esoterics, duality is the heart of it, which leads to some messed up stuff, lol. So, going back to that idea of like duality, like Buddhism kind of shows that there's more to duality, which is why it's literally called the middle way. And it kind of turns some of those ideas on their head. But yeah, when you look at ancient cultures like China, and you look at Taoism specifically, there's a huge concept of duality inherent within their cultures, even to this day to a certain extent. Justin says, the only reason you assume Midir is the Abyss Dragon is that he is connected to the Abyss, and since Millwood are in the painting, they must have been thrown in by the Lords who are allied with Midir. Maybe. Emlyn says, Hades also discovers death because when he goes to Hades for the first time, it is said to be empty. Stoma Man is waiting. Hades was a god of opulence, Pluto and all, and Nido seemed more austere. Interesting. Tiny Boots, welcome back to the stream. Victorious said that you think Gwyn represents misguided intentions. He means well, but he uses questionable means. The pygmy might represent miserliness and the subsequent rise and curse of humans as a karmic outcome of greed. So yeah, I don't know if you could say greed. I mean, it probably you can. But it's weird because, like, fundamentally, like, at the root of, like, the human nature, they're drawn to life and to fire. So it's kind of hard to divorce the idea that pygmies could be anything other than greedy, I guess. There's more to that thought that I'd like to express, but I can't think of how to say it, so I'll just leave it be for now. Elda says, the god plagues mankind with suffering, but at least we had Kevin Sorbo, or the gods plagued mankind, yeah. Justin says, Gwyn meaning well is kind of funny since he has specifically cursed humanity for his own gain. I mean, he was protecting his family. Bobo says, Greek mythology is pretty fun because it's actually quite self-aware. Yeah, not that impotent, but not all-knowing, all-present. Yeah. For Connor, cool, welcome back to the stream. You said, hi LP, everyone. Hope you're all healthy and well. Thank you. Phobos says, much of the Iliad is the rest of the Olympus nagging at Zeus in the Trojan War, and him kind of not wanting to get on one side or the other because it's just more problems no matter what he does. Yeah. The crew is here as well, you can see? Yes. Many conversations going on today. Blue Mew says, it's pretty much based on previous deities like Egypt. If you look back at how civilizations connected or derived, you see that they borrowed and transitioned to the cultures. That's why you see so many polytheistic religions centered around nature and human traits. Yeah, they're kind of just building a cosmology based on what they've already observed in their worlds. I want to talk about this. Maybe. I guess you can't really see too much from here. Okay, so I'm not going to worry about this. So yeah, coming up here, we get a kind of familiar scene with like this bridge leading up to a different kind of building that might have been in the painting world in Dark Souls 1. So it's just kind of reminiscent of what we see in that game. And coming back from that last area, I think I forgot to point it out, but I think some of the buildings there are more reminiscent of the building that was in the painting in Dark Souls 1. Elda says, Zeus seemed like the bitch of the fates. Guys, let him catch up. Zeus raped his daughter. He clearly had issues. And Emlyn says, so does everyone in Greek myths. It's pretty messed up. Victoria says, Ajahn Chah said that we're kicked by attachment on one side, aversion on the left, so we endlessly cross between the middle way and make no forward progress. Ajahn Chah was pretty cool. Sorry, one side and the other, one side and the left. Okay. LP needs more eyes in order to catch up and play. Yeah. At least, if not the brain, the other side of my face. It's amazing how much I can keep up and show off so much from the game. We need more eyes. Can't wait for his voice. Okay, so I'm actually caught up now. Holy crap. So yeah, as we come up here, we do see some more corvians praying towards this building over here. So they're non-hostile. I don't even know if they'll attack if you hit them. Maybe I can kick it and that won't kill it. Maybe I can't kick it. I can just hit it. Oops. He's just like, what the hell, bro? He doesn't exactly... Oh, he transforms. Cool. Know that. No reason to do what I just did, other than to pick up the shriving stone. So this dude just watches it all happen. Damn it, I was afraid I was going to do that. I mean, it's not a big deal. There's another bonfire like right there. When did Zeus grape his daughter? But the Corvian hesitated there for a moment. Blue Muse says, it's interesting when you think about how each culture only takes account of that specific culture, yet the Abrahamic accounts for the world at large. Allah as well. You just remembered the mage versions of those SOBs, you hate them? Victoria says, Master Willem cautioned let things be. Lawrence said let's go, force change. Willem equals dragons, Lawrence equals Gwyn and the lads. Why did Medusa friendzone you? Maybe because you weren't looking at her eyes? Considering you're still around? Can I not? Here we go. I don't know what just broke inside, but that's cool.
Well, well. You're Lady Uria's Lord of Hollows. No bell tolls. And yet, you've slipped into the painting. Oh, no matter. If you've lost your way, the words of Lady Frieda will guide you. Now, go on inside, show respect, and listen carefully.
He's got a little bit of the, like, Vamos sound effect going on. Not really, but it's kind of funny.
What's keeping you? Go on. Right inside. Show respect. And let Lady Frieda speak to you.
Yeah, as for the Willem thing, I don't necessarily think he represents the path of the dragons, but there's a lot to say about that that'll go a bit too long, though. Okay, I did upload. And you believe it was the warrior goddess? You can't remember her name at the moment. She got tired of seeing you stoned all the time. Now, Athena and Artemis are virgins, yo. Oh shit, damn that voice. Because of the whole turning to stone thing. 3 packs of Marlboros a day. Stone my man. You can't recall, but she had the one famous demigod from it. You miss Vamos, now he was interesting, and bad dad jokes. Tiny Boot says, you wanted to add your theory about the origins of the gods. In your opinion, the gods are not a separate species, but descendants of the pygmies that were transformed by the soul of the Age of Fire. I mean, I think I kind of agree with that. I think originally, if we take the idea that like the vessel for, like the base vessel for life in Dark Souls is just a normal hollow, I would say like if that hollow is filled with just souls and fire, they're probably going to be a god, but if they're filled with darkness or whatnot, they're more likely to be human. And there's probably degrees of which that can vary just based on like the myriad of different life forms that we can find throughout the games. But, yeah.
What's keeping you? Go on. Right inside. Show respect. Why, you miserable mad hollow. What is Lady Uria thinking?
Interesting. Should I reload that now? Will that affect his stuff later on? Oh man, now I don't even know if I have to play through the DLC twice. Yeah, I'll just reload it. At the very least, I could probably come back here later and redo that. Just set it off again. I don't know. Okay. Justin gave her all your ambrosia. One NPC you can endorse murdering. Well, we'll do it one way or another. And Boba says, you like to think that Echo isn't due to the helmet and his voice is just that deep. There's one issue, Sharon, the pygmy found his soul last. Katie says, Willem makes every man look like Gwendolyn. Boba says, you might be confusing it with the name Hephaestus tried to force on himself on Athena and failed. Oh, you might be confusing it with the time Hephaestus tried to force himself on Athena and failed. So Burba says, do you think there was an abyss in the ancient age? I think there is no separation between the abyss and the age of the ancients. And I think the abyss that we have right now is that it's essentially the same thing as the age of the ancients, but it's located in a place where the fire doesn't reach. And because fire doesn't reach every crevice of the abyss, you get darkness forced to reside there. So I think if the flame were allowed to go back out, we would return to a time of ancients, and that is essentially what the abyss is. But again, that's just my perspective on it, and I don't think the game really explicitly says whether or not that's true. Just throwing that out there. Victoria says, yeah, you need more words to express yourself properly. You can't weave a proper tapestry with so little thread. Well, that was pretty well said. I enjoyed your painting that you painted right there. And yes, that was a pun. Bonfire lit. I'm trying to remember, do I want to talk to the painting girl first? Can't go through the store yet. Where's the ladder? Is it over here? Okay. Yeah, I'll talk to the painted girl first. Oh, damn it. I shouldn't have reloaded my game. It's whatever. I wonder if that crashing is Father Ariandel. It looks like we don't have the painting girl here yet. So this is essentially the painting, maybe, that we're part of right now. We can see it's all like bloody and stuff. I didn't really mean to destroy all her art supplies. Painted glass window. Oh, we have to rescue her, don't we? Maybe it was something like that. It's been a while. Room. Let's pull out the torch again. Kind of looks like there's a person on that painting. A little hard to see. It's probably supposed to be her. And all of them. Elda says, but Zeus is a god and his daughter would probably be a god if not a demigod. So a child from that would be way more god than man, and the gods seem to not pork their kids, just their siblings' kids. Bloomy says, no, you recall that, but Zeus did rape one of his daughters. It's stuck in your mind after all these years. Sharon says, you don't need to reload it. Killing the phantasm projection of Vinhelm doesn't affect anything. I didn't think it would, but I don't remember if that'll like change a little bit of his dialogue when we see him later, which is, I might want to catch it twice. I didn't think it would, but yeah. Blue Mew says, along with Loki changing to female horse, Freya tricking him into it, and getting a male horse of the giant building their castle to rape and impregnate him, he was likely a god. Yeah, your mistake. It's been a long while since you bothered studying Greek mythology. Comrade Dornish, welcome back to the stream. Sup, y'all? We're just kind of talking world mythology and Dark Souls. Emlyn says, Hephaestus is also interesting to consider. When you look at the end of his name, Estus means heat, so when we charge it at a bonfire, it's like we're taking heat for later. Yes. Comrade says, Super Dark Souls 64 when we enter paintings like Mario. That whiffing and squelching is Father Ariandel whipping himself. Okay. And Justin loves Wilhelm's character. So it looks like we get a statue of a little girl next to a headless woman. Interesting. I wonder if the headless woman is supposed to kind of represent Priscilla or something. It's the same woman being painted over and over. Interesting how many like different vantages they used for it though. It's really annoying that I can't keep out the torch and look at all these paintings though. Some of them they have her face gone. It looks so different though. That's her side profile, I guess. I'm sure somebody's probably like actually uploaded the textures of all these paintings online somewhere. So it might not actually be Priscilla. Like this headless one is probably the lady in all these portraits. I think that would be really likely. Unless this lady is supposed to be Sister Frieda. Doesn't quite look like it would be her. Does she have eyes? Not hard to see. Just kind of like hair covering her face for now. Okay. I want to do this. Like that. Okay.
Welcome to the painted world of Ariandel. I am Frieda. I have long stood beside our blessed father and the rest of the forlorn. But forlorn thou seemeth not, Lord of Hollows. I know not the missteps which led thee to this painted world, but thy duty is all, and thy duty lieth elsewhere. Return from whence thou camest. I presume it visible to thee? The bonfire here in this room. A meek and faded thing, but 'twill guide thee nonetheless. Ah yes, there is a thing thou shouldst by rights possess. A remembrance of this cold world for the great Lord of Londor. May it help thee bear thy duty.
Spellbite ring.
Now, return from whence thou camest. Thou'st a place in that world, and that alone is cause to rejoice. Now, return from whence thou camest.
She disappears, so she wasn't really here either. I'm actually going to reload the save again, just because I was going to get two perspectives of her face while she's talking.
Lady Frieda has spoken, has she not? Then tarry no longer and be gone. Carry on, for Lady Uria and for Londor. There is one thing you should know. Inside the cold painting, curiosity could be your cross. Stray from the withering flame, and the snow will swallow you whole. There is one thing you should know. Why, you miserable mad hollow. What is Lady Uria thinking?
Alright, so that was that. I'm going to reload the save, and I'll actually go AFK for a moment to let the dog outside. So I'll catch you guys in just a moment, and I'll catch up on chat when we get back. I'm going to download, and then I'll restart. So yeah, I'll be right back. I like the difficulty that they present. Oh, I might die from falling, won't I? Maybe. We'll see. Oh, this fall doesn't look as bad as I kind of remembered. Oh. That's really funny, actually. Early dancer when? I don't know. How is it that you initiate the dancer fight early? Is it just that you hit Emma? And I might do it after Vort on the next stream, just for the hell of it.
What is wrong?
Okay, let's try to kill her and then see what happens.
Lord, he must be. My dear Prince Lothric.
So we get the Basin of Owls here. Does she have a grab? I don't remember. Oh, sweet! Oh, that was super cool, actually. I think my first time through, I only died to her once, and it's just because like I didn't understand her movement. Not that I like super do right now. It's just weird. Okay. That's what I get. Alright, so yeah. Because honestly, I thought she was a pushover up until I started this stream. Ooh, I jumped instead of rolling. Okay, that's not too bad. Oh, okay, the follow-up on that. Okay, yeah, that wasn't too bad. Yeah, I'm definitely starting to get the hang of this a bit better. Oh yeah, I thought I was gonna get punished for that. Okay. Oh, yeah. Should have just... Yeah, whatever. Okay. Okay, that's what I get for, I guess, monologuing so much. But yeah. Damn it. I tried to roll the first one. Okay. Ugh. Guess I should have rolled once more. Oh, I thought I was dead. Oh, now I am. Okay. Oh, about me sipping. Oh, I didn't have enough stamina to roll at first. I probably could have avoided it if I kept mashing. But I didn't know. Okay, that wasn't so good a run, but it's alright. I was a little bit distracted. See, I want to hit her, but I hesitate right there just because I don't know if she's going to counter because I'm so slow. No, 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 no. Yeah, boy! We done diddly did it. Oh yeah, I took away joy. We got that one though. We finally did it. Alright, and we're back. Sorry for the delay there. So yeah, let me catch up with the chat again. Oh wow, lots to catch up on. Wait, who is Odin's wife? She conspired that. Elda says it was Frieda. When we look at Gwyn and his name from the Gaelic for white, and there was an old god / king named Gwyn. Headless saints are a thing. Cephalophoric saints they're called. Headless saints are based. But it is actually damaged. Grant us eyes. Oh shit, she's alive, lol. You thought she was a statue? Head-starved beast. Frieda has a fully modeled face, hair, etc., but they're not that nice looking, you gotta say. I never understood what motivates her to embrace the rot. Super smooth but creepy. Don't do mugs. What? What the fuck? Was she a hologram? Could have waited to get the useless frost resistance ring. Emlyn says, when it comes to the wife, how both Odin and Zeus chose the wife becomes important. They were chosen because they were the only one whose power could rival Zeus or Odin in power. And in Dark Souls, there's only one. Who let the dogs out? Justin says, Elfrida banished herself to the Painted World, and in doing so, she relinquished her title and became Frieda. Willem was always in service of Elfrida and was given the Onyx Blade as a farewell gift. Now he's in service of Lady Frieda. Such a great story. The highlight scene transitions are so perfect. Why embrace the rot? Izalith is the only woman who can be considered Gwyn's equal, and there's a theory that Nyx became Hera, and that Hera's more like titled like the queen. So, Bloom, you said you were so confused by that transition. It's kind of like embracing death. Some people accept it, others don't. Plus, the dichotomy of the Dark Souls world in the painting is accepting and rejecting the end. Lumu says, how is there a theory about established lore in Greek mythology? You thought each god served a purpose and a function. Kind of. I mean, there's some overlap and like... yeah, it gets pretty in-depth. I'm not like super familiar with like a lot of the nitty-gritty. But yeah, as Conrad Dorner says, the gods of ancient myth are basically science before science. They're ways to explain the universe. And not only that, they're also like allegories of like how to behave in accordance with nature. And so if you upset the nature of a god, you'll be like the force of reality or the force of the universe that they represent. You should expect to be punished for it. Or going by the nature of like Greek gods, especially because they are like petty and cruel, they could just, play tricks on people and you're kind of powerless and held at the whims of the gods. And so that's just kind of one of the natures of Greek gods that I enjoy. It shows that like the gods and the universe itself is kind of fickle in nature. This will be a good close-up of her face this time. Smooth skin.
Welcome to the painted world of Ariandel. I am Frieda. I have long stood beside our blessed father and the rest of the forlorn. But forlorn thou seemeth not, Lord of Hollows. I know not the missteps which led thee to this painted world, but thy duty is all, and thy duty lieth elsewhere. Return from whence thou camest. I presume it visible to thee? The bonfire here in this room. A meek and faded thing, but 'twill guide thee nonetheless. Ah yes, there is a thing thou shouldst by rights possess. A remembrance of this cold world for the great Lord of Londor. May it help thee bear thy duty. Now, return from whence thou camest. Thou'st a place in that world, and that alone is cause to rejoice. Now, return from...
Alright, so that's that, and we'll get a close-up of this guy again, and then we'll proceed with the rest of the DLC.
Lady Frieda has spoken, has she not? Then tarry no longer and be gone. Carry on, for Lady Uria and for Londor. There is one thing you should know. Inside the cold painting, curiosity could be your cross. Stray from the withering flame, and the snow will swallow you whole.
That voice actor, man.
There is one thing you can...
Okay, I won't read a lot of these comments out loud, but yeah, going back to the idea of like, why has Sister Frieda embraced the painting? It's a little bit hard to say. We do know that she is made of ash as well. That gets a bit more revealed to us by Father Ariandel's words towards the end of it. I do like when they add these kinds of effects in, and that Sister Frieda is also an Ashen one, so there might be some reason why she's given up and is one of the Forlorn. The Sable Church might have tried to use her as a way to usurp the flame, but it might not have worked out for whatever reason, or maybe she just had a change of heart, and she must have left the Sable Church as Sister Elfrieda and become just Sister Frieda now. I don't remember. Yeah, okay, I don't want to fall on that one. Yeah, so this area can be kind of annoying. So we're going to have like a bunch of the smaller follower knight dudes, and then you have to like traverse all these damn routes, and there's like a few like hidden treasures along the way. Yeah. We can also get knocked off, fall off. I thought I was dead there. We got the follower boots, we're lucky, and then I think there's some dudes shooting at us from the bottom, which is super annoying to deal with. So I'll look back at chat right now. Tanner says, her sister wants to usurp the order of the linking of the fire. Maybe it runs in the family. Fine, you'll usurp your own order of renewing the cycle. And so, I don't think the painting really represents like a dark world. I think it's just supposed to represent a calm world, a soothing world that's more in line with the nature of humans or humanity, as opposed to the fire and the gods and dragons and whatnot of the Dark Souls world there. And Justin says, it's visible to thee. Does this mean bonfires are invisible or to known undead / ashen? No, I think most bonfires are normally visible. I mean, some will show up after we kill the bosses. I think that's just her saying in no uncertain terms, it's like, you got eyes, don't you? Get the hell out is kind of what my takeaway of that is. We're probably gonna get yeeted. I was too slow with that. Oh, it falls to its death? That's cool. I think that's like a first. I don't really remember fallen crystal lizards actually yielding much in the way of profits in most of the games. Get bonked, bro. Oh, how did that miss? Bloomy says, Roman pantheon is an example of what you're talking about. It's based near directly on Greek mythology, though changed to revere the Roman emperors. Like she's training to become a ventriloquist. That aggressive squelching is distracting. This has to be the most blasphemous part of the series. His voice is like this one actor, unless that's him. Have I ever played Blasphemous? No, I haven't. Follower Saber is the coolest curved sword. Minmaxed, welcome back to the stream. You said, why are there crabs here? Damn it, I can't think of a witty enough one-liner that I'll commit to. Yeah, I don't know why crabs are here. Probably to get revenge, probably for the vengeance that all the players showed on the tiny crab in the Karthus catacombs. That's my headcanon as to why there's crabs here. I'm trying to remember if I need to like drop down here. Go up there. This part was always annoying. Getting shot from behind as well as above. Yeah, I think. Oh, is it? Do I need to climb up here? No, this is where I just came down from. Okay. Wait a minute. Basically, with archers, you just don't stand still to live a bit better. I want to go up there now. And we go up there. Ooh. Oh no, not the binoculars, not the binoculars. Why is he turning so well? Annoying me. I was gonna try to yeet him off the cliff, but for some reason he didn't want to follow. Oh, damn it. Figured I was screwed once he hit the shield up. Okay. Frieda is cute. Phobos says there's speculation on just about everything on mythology. It almost works as we have seen them in one place at the same time basis. You gotta think there's a bunch of names in Greek mythology that aren't even from Proto-Indo-European. We don't know exactly where they came from. Justin says, what if the crabs are painting natives and Sulyvahn brought them into our world? It's the deep lore right there. Emlyn says, sorry for all the long comments. Oh, there's absolutely no need to apologize. I appreciate the speculation of lore and mythology in general. I enjoy it, otherwise I wouldn't be doing it. Tanner says, the paintings were made after Disparity appeared. You always saw them as reflections of the cycle of linking of the fire. Instead, they renew the painting. Perhaps they don't fully reflect the real world. I think that's a good parallel to draw. And he said, that's because they were made after the Age of Ancients. They reflect the world in which they were made. But that's an interesting way to think about that. And Blumia says, you agree with Phobos? Then that's why you mentioned what is referred to as the mystery schools. They believe the civilization came from one place, of course, explaining the commonality in religions and cultures. I think I'm safe here. Okay. Minmax says, rolling is easy, their attacks aren't well delayed. Sir Ostrava, VOD, welcome to the stream, you said. From France, love my work, keep it up. Thank you very much, Sir Ostrava, and nice to have you here. Phobos says, like for example, the root in Zeus's name is the same as the pantheon heads in Pi? P-I-E? I don't know what that is. But then you have a god in... Oh, so are you saying Zeus's name starts as Pi in Norse? Or no, I'm just reading this completely wrong. Like, for example, the root in Zeus's name is the same as the pantheon's head in P-I-E. But then you have a god in Norse mythology that has that, and a separate thunder god and a separate pantheon here. Okay. Mr. Walster says, you don't think all paintings existed at the same time? Ariandel might have covered Ariamis. Yes, so it's extremely likely that Ariandel covers Ariamis. And as we go through the painting here, we will see... Where is it? Did I just not go down that way before? Okay, so that's the dude. As we continue on later, we will see that there are like some structures that were originally in the painted world of Ariamis that will show back up here. So we can assume that the world has been painted over a few times. And that'll be maybe a bit more obvious once we do like the champion grave tender and that kind of thing. Not there. Oh, I forgot there's the dude over there. Whatever. Oh yeah, I probably should have gotten rid of that one down there. That worked out that time, I guess. And I don't think there's a treasure right here. We might need to drop down there later. Or maybe that's where we get back. This will just bring us back up, I believe. And I think there's like another little treasure somewhere. Oh no, so this is exactly the way to get back to where we first entered the place. I thought there was more treasure up there. Maybe I picked it up, maybe I didn't. Hard to remember. You know, if I wasn't getting shot at right now, I'd double check the chat. Actually, I think I'm safe up here. Just annoying with the sound effect. Pi equals Proto-Indo-European. Okay, thank you. Minmax says... Ariandel is probably painted over Ariamis since there are similarities like the bridge in Priscilla's arena. Yes. And it said that Ariandel restored the painting, and if painting over it applies, then, well, possible. Blue Mew says, as there are different sun/thunder gods in Babylonian mythology, I know what you're referring to. For Khan, thank you for staying for as long as you have, and I hope you have a good day. Tanner says, you wonder if that's why it's so significant that the new painting the little girl is making is inside the painting rather than painted over. Yeah, I don't really know how that works, but it's also interesting that it requires blood or souls to kind of make the paintings. Blue Mew says, an example of what you're referring to is the Roman Church. It has integrated many pagan religions and practices, showing how interconnected they are and may be meant to be. And Justin says, don't we see her tail rotting? Interesting. I'll want to check that out when we do it. I'll just jump down here. Whoa, seriously, I had that little health? I don't even remember getting hit that much. Ugh. I'm always getting got by gravity. Emlyn says, we know the painting can draw in people and items, so why not land too? Also, the use of the word draw is interesting, like when they make a new painting, it takes an existing place from a real world. I think that's just more of an English idiosyncrasy than the Japanese, unfortunately, but I really like the idea overall. It's kind of a cool way to think of it. And then Justin says, you don't think Aldrich ate Priscilla? It mentions he dreamt of her. Yeah, so my opinion is, with him eating Gwendolyn and then getting the life hunt scythe for whatever reason, there's probably a more unexplained relationship between Gwendolyn and Priscilla than we knew of. Justin says, don't I have the cat ring? I do. I would say I don't need it, but I just died in a spectacular fashion. Alright, let's just go the lame way again. Killing these dudes as we go along. Well, the good news is I don't need to go back up the tree. I already did it once. Oh, I forgot there's a dude right here. Okay. My tendons! Which is why I opened the menu to check my health. I mean, that's really the justification to play with the HUD on. I do want to go straight forward. I was afraid of that one. Tecmo Super Bullet. We got some. Okay. Just dead folks that we killed. Alright, I'll actually rest here because it's not going to matter. And Mr. Lester says maybe Priscilla was married. I think Priscilla could have been the mother of Gwendolyn. That's kind of a long story that I don't really feel like getting into right now, though. Just kind of crappy of me to just bring up and leave, I guess. But yeah, there are like a lot of similarities between Priscilla, Gwendolyn, and Seath that are worth considering. For whatever reason, Priscilla is described as like a half-dragon. Unfortunate that the arrows don't kill this dude. I thought I was gonna kill him. Where's the next arrow? Damn. Those things have good aim. Flying. Large Titanite shard. I thought there's an item around here. I'm misremembering. Oh, which way do I want to go? I probably want to go by the crabs first, because I think that's the dead end. Phobos says, anyway, you should totally check out Blasphemous LP. It's a great game if I'm into souls for the setting. Okay. Next says, I can do the quick check. Yeah, I know how to check for my health. I just honestly didn't think I was that low before. And this is probably bad now that we've got 2 death crabs. Looks like they've got like pearls or eggs or something beneath them. Hey, low health? No. Double beam. Roll. Oh, caught the roll. Oh, that's my chance. Damn, it's fast. Crystal gem. Crystal gem. Okay, that's cool. Interesting. Probably shows that they ate a ton of souls. So I think those are like honestly like the hardest regular enemy in the game. Let me scroll back with chat. Someone says to Tanner that the painter girl is a Saints reference. In Lost Canvas, it's all about Hades making a painted world. Does that mean Gwendolyn has a connection to Nito? I don't necessarily think that Gwendolyn has a connection to Nito. I know, like, there is, like, the difference, but I feel like when you look at Aldrich's soul and the painted world, there's more of a connection between her and Gwendolyn as a product of that soul. Like, we don't get, like, the Nito items from killing Aldrich, unfortunately. It's more like because we can use it for the soul transposition, that I draw the connection that there's probably more of a connection between Gwendolyn and the Life Hunt Scythe as opposed to like Nito and the Grave Lord dance, whatever those miracles were called. Bloomy says, never mind, you're going on a tangent. Simply put, you can see how they are connected by how well they are combined in the church. Minmax says the area looks beautiful. LP. So Gwyn pimped out his daughter or carried out another way. I'll explain it in just a moment. I just didn't want to like get into it before dealing with like the lobsters or the crabs. Walster says the Mad Phantom shows up in Priscilla's arena, was said to have lost his hideous spouse, and he shows up on what resembles her arena. Phobo says, even if you don't buy the connection through Priscilla, is there anyone else that could have taught sorcery to Gwendolyn besides Seath? Other than Seath, not so much. I mean, well, probably, because, I mean, he de facto runs Anne Orlando after the fact, so... Tanner says, hey LP, do I know about the hidden ladder down there? That kind of rings a bell, but I'm probably forgetting about it, so if you guys want to let me know, I'd appreciate it. Boba says, this reminds you of the time you ate an entire Antarctic king crab. Solely give the world crabs, you say? Seath teaching best boy sorcery isn't that far off. Why, very possible. What about Gwendolyn? Okay, I'll explain that in a moment. Just giving you the short answer, because in this case it's hard to separate them. They use the same words and actions. Sorry for the delay. Gwendolyn is mostly based on Artemis. Aldrich having visions of the deep, since he could use Life on Scythe just by dreaming about it. Could it be true that the deep originated from his weird visions of the Age of Dark? So Phobos says, yeah, it is weird that Life Hunt doesn't get related to Nito. So yeah, Life Hunt does come from the soul of Priscilla in Dark Souls 1, and it's described as the antithesis to all life, which is why Gwendolyn and the gods feared it. When we look at Dark Souls 3 here, by giving the soul of Aldrich to Ludleth, we can learn the Life Hunt Scythe sorcery again, or miracle, whichever it is. We can learn that spell again, and from the description on it, it talks about Aldrich having a dream of a I don't remember what it is in English. It's like a young girl, of a pale young girl, but the Japanese is more like of a white maiden, something along those lines. And in the Japanese for Dark Souls 1, Priscilla is referred to as the pure white and the half dragon, and so it's pretty easy to draw the comparison that Priscilla being a half dragon, being pure white, means that she was probably descended from Seath in some way, or potentially a maiden was kidnapped and Seath experimented on her in such a way that she became a half dragon. It's a little bit dubious as to how those two are connected, but I think we can draw that kind of parallel. So we get the life hunt scythe from her. And when we look at Gwendolyn, he's a god, yet he uses intelligence to cast miracles. And aside from that, he's associated with the moon, which, like Seath was associated with the old moonlight. Gwendolyn also has snakes for legs, and he was born frail. He was raised in a way that is a bit incongruous with the other types of gods. There's a whole imagery of Gwendolyn being blind, Seath being blind. I guess Priscilla can see. But aside from that, we do see that Priscilla will disappear during her fights. Gwendolyn disappears in his fight. There's kind of like the manipulation of light leading into the arena that heads towards Seath, because like the crystal platforms there are kind of invisible and we can like traverse that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of very tiny connections, which leads me to believe that there's a strong possibility that Gwendolyn is related to Priscilla, and Priscilla would be his mother, and that Gwyn and Priscilla could have had Gwendolyn. And part of the reason I believe that is in the Japanese description for the Lord Soul that you get from defeating Seath. It says that the soul, once he was given the soul, he became a Gaiseki to Gwyn, which means like an outside relative, but more specifically, it means somebody who is matrilineally related to somebody else. So what it is really saying is once Seath was accepted by Gwyn and was given the soul, he became a relative to Gwyn's wife, or Empress Dowager, which is another term that just means like the chief concubine of Gwyn. So whether or not Priscilla was supposed to be that chief concubine is a bit tenuous. It is a bit weird that she's kind of being guarded in her own world in Anne Orlando with like the painting guardians set by like the gods' families and all that. So I think there is enough reason to believe that there must have been a stronger connection between Priscilla and like the royal family. Whether that means Priscilla is the mother of the other children, I don't know. I don't think she has to be, but I would just say when we look at Dark Souls 3 again and see that Yorshka says that Gwendolyn is her older brother, and we get Yorshka's chime, which actually like confirms that it's true. It's not just like her saying something. Like Gwendolyn is her older brother, and when we look at Yorshka, we see that she's kind of part dragon. To me, it implies that it's very likely that Priscilla was both Yorshka and Gwendolyn's mother, because Gwendolyn is described as being Gwyn's lastborn, and since Gwendolyn has a younger sister, it must mean that they must have had like the same mother but different fathers. So that's kind of where I pieced a lot of these thoughts together. And I know it's kind of a lot to take in at once. I have a really crappy like drawing that I made of this. And I can post that onto the Discord later if you guys want. So yeah, with that monologue out of the way, let's go back to the chat. Tiny Boot says, you think Gwendolyn has a connection with Ulasil and Ulasil sorceries? And Bloomy says you can see that being the case. Priscilla is more like Thanatos. Tanner says, once I've defeated the farthest tree woman, the one that crawls, a big ladder appears that leads upwards towards the top of the rope bridge and a Titanite slab. Okay, so yeah, I do remember that. So that's where we're going to go. Thank you. Tiny Boot says, Aldrich dreamt as he slowly devoured the god of the dark moon. Okay, so there is that like implicit connection in the description itself. Okay. In this dream, he perceived the form of a young pale girl in hiding. Thank you very much, Tiny Boots. Always appreciate it. Max says, you wish there was more unique images for boss souls. Yeah, I do too. And Emlyn says, only in so far that Seath was investigating the events of Ulasil and Gwendolyn is raised by Seath. Boba says the other way around. Gwendolyn uses faith for sorcery. Okay, faith for sorcery, and Velka used intelligence for miracles. Thank you for the correction. So yeah, sorcery is more associated with the dragons, and he uses faith, which is like the godly element to cast them. So I do appreciate that correction. Talking off the top of my head, it's easy to forget what's what. So Bloomew says, that's what you were thinking, LP? Seath experimented on everything, so it just seemed like some experimentation occurred on something, not what he bore, or you'd see many offspring. And so part of the idea that I think about that is it's always been extremely weird to me that Gwen would have even tolerated Seath experimenting on so many women. So to me, it seems like Gwen must have thought that there was some utility in doing it. So Gwen, by the virtue of accepting Seath, probably also condoned or approved of Seath's research on maidens. That's the only way I could really kind of settle with that, because I would almost assume, like, if Seath was still a dick and he's a dragon, like, why the hell didn't Gwen turn on him? It's probably because he needed the maidens that Seath was trying to produce. And so my general train of thought is, if they were worried about the fire becoming extinguished, they might have tried to create the maidens as, like, proto-fire keepers to keep the fire linked. Since dragons aren't alive, I think it's possible to assume that they could be good vessels for the first flame, because if they cannot die, then the flame could continue forever, and like Gwen would have like this kind of eternal kingdom for the gods. I don't know if that would make him eternal, but that's just kind of one of the thoughts that I would have to kind of justify those kind of weird things that's kind of hard to accept otherwise. But again, that is some very severe speculation, so just want to be very clear about that like it's not explicit by the game whatsoever, and you guys don't have to believe that whatsoever. Okay. Phobo says, if we relate Gwendolyn to Ulasil, then his mother might be Dawn, and her time in the Abyss might be the cause of Gwendolyn coming out differently. Did Gwendolyn gift his magic to Ulasil? I don't think so. I think there is a bit of a difference between that, but it's kind of hard to say. How many of these do I have left? 9. Okay, we got a lot of those. I want to stop running for now. Bonk. Bonk. Oh, it lived. Oh, it lived. I haven't had a lot of health. Homeward Bones. Professor Gomez, welcome back. You said, greetings. Yesterday, Aldrich killed you. 1 hit from dying. You were so mad. Out of frustration, you almost quit your mage build. Aldrich is a great boss fight to prove you as a mage, in your opinion. See, I've never played the mage build, so I imagine that fight must be really interesting as a mage. Got me? That's just gonna puke on me. And welcome back to the stream if I didn't say it before. Okay. Well, Phobos says, it's understandable. Gwendolyn's stuff gives you both the talisman and the faith staff. Justin says, you believe Dusk to be the mother of Nishandra and the other daughters of the Abyss. Huh, that's kind of an interesting thought. Maybe being kidnapped by Manus is what allowed that to happen? But at least the way that it sounds in like Dark Souls 2, it's like once Manus was killed, kind of didn't matter. The one-shot kill, always nice. Tanner says, that is some deep lore. You like it? You're off to work now, my dudes. Good luck with the rest of the stream. Thank you, Tanner. I hope you have a good day at work, or a good shift. I think there's another one. So this is the big tree. Oh, that's scary. Oh, she was on the corpse. Cool. This tree is super cool. Kind of want to show it off a bit more then. Guess it wasn't going to do its flame stuff, it's just kind of aggro. And then we get, I think, another spell. Sulyvahn's. Snap Freeze. It's going to be... Oh yeah, the DLC stuff will be at the end. That makes sense. It's one of the spells left behind by the young sorcerer Sulyvahn before leaving the Painted World. Creates a cloud of near-freezing mist. Sulyvahn was born and raised inside the painting, yet had little use for his frigid homeland since he had not yet experienced loss. So some people would assume that because this tree is like on this corpse, maybe that's Sulyvahn's mother? Maybe this is supposed to be his father? I guess that's kind of weird. Yeah, I don't really have too strong opinions about that myself. And yeah, I said that there's supposed to be another ladder over here. I thought I remember it. Yeah, it was like going way up there. Or is it like up the cliff? Something like that. And okay, going back. Emlyn says, you think Ulasil was Filianor's domain originally? Phobos says, you don't think there's anything substantiated to that, but it's interesting that they're aesthetically similar at least. And Ulasil is the only other source of sorcery know of besides Seath. At least in Dark Souls 1. The Blue Mew says, it is curious how they'd be connected. Mr. Lalsa says, you should do a caster melee hybrid build. Maybe on like a different playthrough. Or maybe if I did New Game Plus, I might experiment with that a bit more. Since I could just like change the build really easily. Okay, so here's the big ladder. Yeah, I remember this ladder now. And Tiny Boot says, that's really interesting. You think the statues of the woman holding a baby is a Filianor? Ulasil sorcery is closer to miracles, if you remember correctly. And Blue Mew says, unless they just happen to come across illusion spells based on faith. Bobo says, it's interesting because of the connection between pyromancy and sorcery that is more clearly established. Dustin says, that's the tree everyone thinks to be the mother since she's also unique. Okay. Emlyn says, you agree that the one in the church is even being presented with an egg in the mural. Useless shortcut ladders except for the Titanite slab. Why not just warp? Yeah. But I mean, I guess it kind of works if somebody's trying to do a warpless run. And they wanted to come down here. It is kind of funny just how long the ladders are. You'd almost expect like an elevator or something. Teeth didn't create sorceries. We know that Izalith witches also used sorcery. So yeah, that's also a fair point. Before pyromancy was a thing, it was just called flame sorcery. So, interesting to think about. Okay, I do see how these could be like more like funguses. Get to the next Titanite slab. No, those are just like the worms all over them. See, I always thought these were like insect eggs. Especially since they like appear more commonly near like the insectoid enemies here. Driving stone. Squish. And this leads back up to the other bonfire, like everybody was saying. You certain Mage's song. Oh, Metal Gear Solid song. On the topic of Pontiff, what do I think about his statue in Lothric? I don't remember where the Pontiff statue is in Lothric, because that was one of the things that I was trying to like reconcile, because we know that Emma pretty much curses Vort, and after you kill Emma, you have the dancer. But we don't have like any of the evangelists in Lothric Castle itself, so it seems like there's kind of a interfactional conflict between the two camps. I should probably just warp. How many souls do I have? Not enough? Okay. Yeah, I'll warp back to the place, and then we'll go, like, kind of face the boss, I guess. So what do I think about a statue in Lothric? With the Pontiff Sulyvahn, it's a bit weird. We don't find any evangelists or a lot of the Earthilians in Lothric Castle itself. Emma seems to hate Vort. She calls him like the dog and whatnot. So it seems like he would have been opposed to Lothric, but I don't know. It's really weird to me. And that's something I was going to explore a bit more, maybe off stream. Just like going back through Lothric Castle, paying more attention to the knights that have been downed and all that. And Justin says soul is fire. Oh, yeah, I guess I should go into this monologue here before I forget about it. Let me also get a little bit of water for that. Oh, Game Dev Yal says when there's an invader around you, you can't warp, so perhaps it's there to prevent PvP soft locks. That reminds me, don't we get invaded here? Should I Ember up now? I don't remember. Okay. Jade Gomad, welcome in. You said squish. And Emlyn says, he created a school for it. This probably made it more accessible to general humans. Near the Angel Knight? So there's a statue of the Pontiff Sulyvahn next to the Angel Knight. Which Angel Knight? The one by all the little hollows before like the gate thing? Or the one at the very bottom next to Vort and all that? Justin says, you theorize that evangelists were sent by Lothric since the undead settlement started worshipping the Great Wood Tree. Well, the evangelists come from the Cathedral of the Deep, so I don't think like Lothric were really associated with them. So I do think there is that kind of divide between them. Although we do see some of the Lothric Cathedral Knights in the Cathedral of the Deep after all, so maybe you're right. So Minmax says they were sent by the Cathedral, not Lothric. Is he about to fight the ghost in his doggo? Yes. Justin says, the Cathedral is a part of Lothric. Both Cathedral Knights can be found in the Cathedral and Lothric Castle. The first one, I mean. Okay. So it is probably the one at the very bottom. Interesting. So I was going to say something about the sorceries and stuff. Okay, yeah, so this is a really, really kind of random thought that I had as I was looking at some of the Japanese stuff relating to the curses. So before the Chaos Flame, it was called like Flame Sorcery. And that's not like the real issue to me. One thing that I was wondering was if, let me try to phrase this well. It was only after the Chaos Flame appeared that flame pyromancies became a thing, and beforehand it was just known as like flame sorceries, so there was more connected that way. So going back to the idea of pyromancy being called jujutsu in Japanese, which means like essentially like cursed skills, it makes me wonder if pyromancy couldn't exist until after Gwyn linked the fire, or maybe even after the Chaos Flame existed, and maybe before humans became branded with the dark sign, pyromancy didn't exist. And so maybe pyromancy is only native to humans as ones who have been branded by the dark sign. So I think maybe the more natural form of pyromagic could be actually like the flame sorceries. Because Quailana and the other witches of Izalith used flame sorceries, but it's their skills which they taught to humans that eventually became known as pyromancies. So I think that's a pretty developed thought. I mean, I want to do a little bit more research on that, but I don't know if anybody else has come to that conclusion. It's just kind of something that was tickling the back of my mind as I was looking at a lot of these descriptions over the past few days. Right, so that's out of the way. Emlyn says, the Pontiff story seems based on the story of the Souls of Gold, which was a saint story based on Dark Souls 1. Like the creator was saying, I see what you did with my story for DS1. And you said that the Chaos Flame seems like a stand-in for the Apple of Chaos. I think like the Chaos Flame stands in for an allegory of man or whatever, trying to recreate life for themselves, or become like to emulate the visage of God, in that they're like trying to create from nothingness. So that was kind of like the folly of the witch Izalith in what she was doing with creating the Chaos Flame as an imitation or like a duplication of the first flame. So she kind of transgressed over the way of the natural world, which led to calamity, and is literally called a sin by the game at times. So that's kind of my thought about that. I don't think I'm going to get shot for now, so catch up with chat. Okay, we're all caught up. So yeah, coming into this next area, we will fight another boss. Okay, I'm just tripping out. Do I want to say it? Yeah, I should probably say it before a boss fight. I'll go ahead and Ember up in case I kill it on the first try. I mean, I don't expect to, because this fight was a little bit janky. But it's kind of always a smart thing to do if I want to get more footage and I kill it too fast. And if I don't kill it too fast, I mean, No harm done. Time for violin. Not everything is Greek. And to be fair, like, even if some of this stuff is like based on like Greek or other types of world mythologies, it could just be like Miyazaki's individual take on things, or like wanting to tweak the story that fits his fantasies a bit more. So it's important to recognize that these are parallels, but that's kind of all that they are at the same time. They're just parallels. They don't always work on a one-to-one basis with the games that we've been given. And Emlyn says, she did, but you think the big sin is the bonfire being used to power the bonfire network. I've got some other thoughts about that, but I want to finish my research into the thing about curses before I kind of reveal that. It might be a really good video topic later on. I'm honestly thinking about looking into that for myself, for like an actual like Dark Souls lore video. Justin says, the thing is, Izalith succeeded. It's just that the demons didn't kill the dragon, so to speak. Unlike Gwyn, who surpassed the old inhabitants, demons failed. Well, I mean, Izalith did fail because it's something she couldn't control, which is kind of the nature of fire. And I think it's Quailana who says to the chosen undead, like, if you lose your fear of the flame, then it will consume you. And I think that's kind of exactly what happened to Izalith. She lost her fear of the flame. She thought she had control over it, and then as a product of that, that's kind of what led to her downfall. And it's called the Chaos Flame, and we get the demons, and like, we don't really need to stretch mythology far to say like demons are associated with evil. So I think her creating the Chaos Flame and it being known as a sin is a really big indicator, at least on the part of the developers, that it's supposed to be regarded as evil or like an abomination towards life itself. And Phobos says, you were reading and pondering a bit on Gwendolyn stuff, and you found it interesting that in the Aldrich fight, they changed his sorcery to be purple. So yeah, with Aldrich, like, being of the deep, his sorcery is most likely purple because it shows it's, like, tainted with the dark. And so I think that is kind of emblematic of what we also see in his boss soul as well. So, as I've said before, I think, like, the little kind of whiter aspect of the flame at the bottom is supposed to represent the soul of Gwendolyn, which he ate. And I think even if you look super close into the center, it looks like kind of like the outlines of two humanity sprites, although one is a lot more lighter in color and the other is a bit darker. Although that could just be like the whole Rorschach aspect of things. And Phobos came to the Dark Moon Blade and Sully's Sword, which is purple too, and is related to the moon in Judgment. Blue says, it's not all Greek, but Greek mythology isn't unique. It came after other belief systems before it. They share similar schools of thought. Okay. Okay, so let's go ahead with this boss fight. And I pulled out the binoculars, I believe. We get a bunch of cool flowers. Oh, they're different kinds of flowers, actually. I mean, I'm not a botanist. I don't know what those are. These ones kind of remind me... Oh, I was thinking of something else. They have more petals than I was expecting. Never mind. I was going to say of plums. Obviously, they're not plums because they're not like on trees or anything. They have a lot more petals than actual plum flowers do. So, I guess before continuing, when we look over here at this tower, this is likely the same tower that was in Ariandel. No, this is Ariandel. Of Ariamis, where Priscilla was. Or is that up there? I think that one's over there. So this might have been the tower where we fought like all the corvians that had like a bunch of stairs, I think, that opened the way to Priscilla's arena. Maybe. I don't fully remember. Or this one might have been the one where we fought Priscilla at the very end of the bridge. But anyway, there is like a corollary between Ariamis and Ariandel. As we look forward, this dude... He was tending the grave over there. He wakes up, sicks the wolves on us. It's a kind of a hunter fight. Wink, wink. I mean, not hunter, but like NPC fight. Oh, I didn't jump attack. Didn't follow that up. That's unfortunate. Well, it's a good thing that I did that now. Didn't lock on in time. Oh, I was trying to parry that. We got the champion down. We got the angry doggy. Heal, I want to heal. And the dog needs to heal, but spelled differently. Oh yeah, this one summons another bunch of dogs. It gets red eyes. Forgot about its breath attack. That's cool. Oh, and all those charges. Shit. Damn it. Oh, that was it? Okay. Yeah, I'll actually go ahead and redo that to show off some of that fight. I thought there was another dog that came. Champion's Bones and Valor Heart. So this dude was praying at this grave here. We get this big old sword sticking out of the ground. So that was a good performance on my part. A lot easier than I was expecting. I remember that one being a bit harder. But, I don't know, just a great sword. Does a lot of damage. Alright, so Phobos says you came to the Dark Moon Blade Sully Sword, which is purple too and is related to the moon in Judgment, and you mentioned it because you were wondering if that wasn't a retcon, as if it was meant they changed Wyndlin's magic to be purple, not because of Aldrich, so as to dissociate him from Seath sorceries. Oh, so does... In Dark Souls 1, is his magic purple in that one as well? I don't remember. Thought it was more blue, but I could be misremembering. Inmech says, I wish you could use the NPC animations like this grave tender pulling the sword out and turning around, Hawkwood's crossed arms, etc. Power Gaming Central, welcome back to the stream. You said, you wish you could use the NPC weapon actions? Many of them look really cool on the bosses, but kind of lame when the player does them. And Justin says, you think it's more that the soul is normally light blue if we consider crystal gems crystallized soul? Discount Vort, Bullet Dog, oh that was it? Dark Moon Blade is. A Blue Mew says, my strength must be huge to topple them that fast. My strength isn't too crazy because I'm not like double-handing it, but I'm at 45? Is that because of the ring? No, I did take that ring off. So I mean, my strength really isn't like super high, but it's also not low by any means. So... I'm not gonna... I'll redo the fight. So let's check out the soul. Did we get a soul? I thought we did. No? We didn't. What did we pick up? Was it Champion's Blade? I don't even remember anymore. I might need to look it up. Oh, Valor Heart and the Champion's Bones. Okay, that's what it was. What is Valor Heart again? Was that the shield? That's probably the shield. No? Oh, it's a sword and the shield. Okay. There it is. Little technical difficulties? Not really technical, more like user difficulties. Alright. Then it's that slab of iron on your shoulder. Can't call it a sword. Got Champion's Ashes, Valorheart. Thank you, Justin. And Phobos says, but if Gwendolyn is casting through Faith, are we sure his moon sorcery is like Seath sorcery? Sword and shield combo. Seath is based on soul and crystals. Yeah, I don't remember. I'm going to want to double check Gwendolyn's stuff in Dark Souls 1. Because at least in Dark Souls 3, I could assume like it's purple because of Aldrich, and like the purple magic shows that it's affiliated with darkness and the deep. But yeah, I don't know. So this is Valorheart. It's a weapon once wielded by the champion of the undead match. A special paired set consisting of a broadsword and a lion shield. The champion fought on without rest until he lost his mind. In the end, only his page and a lone wolf stayed at his side. Skill, lion stance. While in stance, use normal attack to thrust forward with shield up, and strong attack to execute a shield bash with a lion's roar. Pretty straightforward, and then we picked up his ashes. So we could actually probably go visit the Shrine Maiden and look at some unique items. It's kind of hard to see what's in the hand there. Oh, I should probably raise it. So it's a symbol of a lion on a tabard. So, the charred but warm bones of a champion. Burn at the Firelink Shrine bonfire to participate in undead matches. Oh, sorry, I misunderstood what these were. Because these are bones, not ashes. Okay. Long ago, an undead declared a fight to celebrate their undeath and to preserve what remained of their souls. So it was that the undead matches were born. The merit of an undead is measured in deaths. Could there be a greater gift for such a creature than a fight that has no end? So this is like the PvP endgame item here with the champion's bones. I guess we could burn it at the bonfire, but I'm actually going to go ahead and reload the save. And watch me like actually start to struggle with the boss after like one-shotting it. Just because do I even really want more footage of that fight? I'm kind of actually leaning towards no, because like this is kind of a meme fight that doesn't really fit in with everything. What does chat feel, if you guys have an opinion? It's always nice to have more footage than less, but I really can't imagine myself talking about this very much at all. The icon is light blue, but it's purple in-game. Deep sorceries are black, not purple. I mean, hold on, what spell is it? The ones that the dudes in... We have access to it. I probably didn't get them from Carla. But like deep weapon, like the dudes that the Drang twins use right before the Cathedral of the Deep. Like they'll buff their weapons and they'll turn purple with like deep magic. So yeah, I might need to talk to Carla. Alright, so that's that for this section of the DLC. And I don't think there was an item. Maybe there was one item. Find over here. Didn't think so, but just want to double check. Boba says, you mean taking some of this to its logical stream? If the magic is purple, it's used for justice, and if it mixes with faith and intelligence around, that's a few steps away from Velka. So that's Darkmoon Blade. Okay, so they use Darkmoon Blade? Okay, I thought it was actually like deep magic of some kind. Just how much I remember. So okay, so Darkmoon is associated with purple. Interesting. Maybe it has something to do with Priscilla's Colosseum? Velka is also a deity that disciples keep track on sinners. Okay. So there's nothing over here. For some reason I thought the bonfire appeared here. I mean, obviously it doesn't, because we've seen it. But yeah, I don't know who this grave is supposed to actually be for. It doesn't really talk about much. Maybe the sword is supposed to be a clue. But it's a little bit nondescript. I mean, it kind of reminds me of Artorias, to be honest, but... The Artorias Greatsword, but kinda not. So, Justin assumes that Velka was the original Darkmoon? That's interesting. I know, like, in the Japanese, Velka's called, like, a heretical deity, so it's kind of interesting that, like, Gwendolyn could follow that path. Because he is, like, essentially like the face of the gods. I know it's the champion's grave, but I don't know if like the champion has a bigger role than what we're told.
Well, speak. Very well taken.
Some more vitality, just cause. I'll level up again.
Farewell, me.
Should have done this before I did that.
Well, very then taken. Farewell, me.
And then I'll probably change around my armor a little bit. Do I want to do black bug pellet? No, that's not gonna help. Yeah, I'll just go with these.
Ashen one.
Then, where do I want to travel back to? That's the chapel. Rope bridge? Don't I need to go to the left instead of... Yeah, let's go back over here. And Justin says, also considering Sulyvahn created sorceries, you don't think sorcery is exclusive to Seath. Yeah, but Gwendolyn's stuff was all hush-hush. Emlyn says, in the case of the Saints' item descriptions in Dark Souls, it seems like excerpts from Saint Seiya's speeches. Now, if only you found a few, you think it'd be just a cool... But in this case, once you look it up, it does not stop. Mr. Lolster says, man, you really do take your time with playing. Yeah, I mean... If I was playing alone, it'd be going a lot faster, because I'd obviously not be talking and monologuing so much, but that's fine. I mean, it's kind of part of the fun of streaming and having the dialogue going on. What was I doing? Okay. Didn't I pick up the black iron set? Maybe I didn't. Horns. It's actually a lot lighter. Lightning dark. Pretty good. I'll actually just... If I'll do that, I'll do that off stream because that just takes a while. Where do we need to go to get back over there? Remember. I need to go back up here. Oh, and probably down to the left. Okay, yeah, I remember now. Mortis, you've not missed the entirety of Ariandel, and also welcome back to the stream. We just killed the champion grave tender. Oh, maybe I don't remember. Oh, do I need to climb that tower? It's been a while. I thought there's a way. Okay, there's the ladder. No, that. Okay, no, that is the way I wanted to go. Okay, I did remember. It's the left of the bridge. It's been a minute. Saturn, thank you. And Phobos says, you mean Gwyn was a jerk, but you doubt he'd throw Gwendolyn to the dogs on that level? He did treat him as legitimate after all. Also, Gwendolyn was treated as a woman, so a maiden, so whom Seath was obsessed over. Well, just point blank. That's 2. Large Titanite shard. Wow, the like weapon upgrade drops in this area suck compared to like what's it called, Archdragon Peak, at least. I guess, I mean, maybe we're supposed to come here after Lorethrough Castle and not Archdragon Peak. Oh, it was twice. So yeah, this is going to be like my favorite part of this area of the DLC coming up here shortly. Aldagusta says, we have more gods than those mentioned, and they had a precedent for the moon being female sorcery related, so you think that indicates other gods had sorcery. That's that. Come over here. Don't wanna... okay. Coming down there, we get some more like the centipede style ladies. Looks like there's more muckish type stuff going on that I don't really know what to make of quite yet. It's been a long time since I've been over here. And we've got a figure with a bunch of treasure on it. I think I want to actually go through the front right now. Maybe not. Maybe I did want to drop down. Yeah, probably. It's because you can get here right after the cathedral, though it'll rip you a new one if you do. Yeah, that's kind of why it was weird to me. Like, I understand you can come here super early, but some of the drops are a bit weird with the crystal lizards. So it's like a corvian style dude, but way more transformed. What's going on with their tails? Oh, those are probably more like their entrails, and not tails. Pretty grotesque. Its eyes are like all clouded over. It's interesting. This even like really hurt me. Pukes up like blood. Look at its back there. Okay, it doesn't look too significant. This one different? It looks different. Oh, that one has more poisonous breath. That's cool. So, like, we do actually see, like, blood turning to poison for once. It's just always ever been, like, talked about in the descriptions. I guess that's kind of a bit more explicit then. The Budding Green Blossom. I should probably read those. I don't think I've actually read those yet, even though we've had them for a while. So these are green flower-shaped weed with small white blooms. Large temporary boost to stamina recovery speed. Flowers of the green blossom are ethereal, blossoming only on the surface of chilled but not frozen water. Interesting. Okay. Emlyn says, you think the half-breed dragons are Seath's attempt to solve the problem of them hollowing, like he's trying to create permanent vessels. I don't think they were trying to solve the problem of hollowing as much as, linking the flame. Otherwise, I would have imagined Gwyn would have treated the people a bit better. Although, like, by the time we do start Dark Souls 1, people have kind of already screwed up with, like, the Four Kings and their failures and all that. So maybe I'm not giving him enough credit. Is this poisonous water? Probably. So I guess I haven't really talked about these corvian style dudes. These are like the actual residents of the painted world, and so we can see it's in a really bad state for most people here, and Frieda is kind of fine with letting it continue like this. But as we come in contact with some of the NPCs here, they'll talk about how much it sucks. Although I think it's kind of obvious from just looking straightforward. I think that is the way forward, so I might actually want to come this way. Alright, so this just goes back to where we were down there. I thought there was... Okay, I need to go that way. Okay, so it just connects into the wall and there's nothing over here. Okay, it's been a while. So yeah, that is the way forward. I think in order to get there, we need to go up from the top sometime later on. Max says, what are the entrails? Justin correctly points out it's guts. Like their intestines are hanging out. And Elda says, mythologically speaking, the unnamed wife of Gwyn in all likelihood was a goddess of the moon. Google Saint Seiya Phoebus, also known as Dark Sun Phoebus. Okay. God, you hate these enemies? You always thought those were tails? They're loud as crap? Yeah. Elda says, you think that the Dark Sun is an epithet of the moon, it being a lambent soft light compared to the sun's glorious incandescence. Lambent soft light. Okay. Eat your veggies to get more stamina. Spinach. Yeah. It's a strong endorsement of Popeye, the Sailor Man. You guys might say that these are loud, but they're still a lot quieter than the damn crows in Bloodborne. Okay, that's just a rock. I know this is closed. Don't we get invaded here? Oh, I remember it up anyway. Okay. Oh. Just one of these corvian dudes. This one reminds me of... What are they called? The Karthus Knights dudes? I live 2 hits. That's not cool. I need to heal. I need to heal. Yeah. Dude's got no chill. Yeah, so those ones are like pretty terrifying as far as like the normal enemies go. It looks like I'm having a little bit of issue streaming. Let me double check OBS real quick. OBS is fine, so it seems like YouTube's the one with the issues. So annoying. Okay, so Emlyn says, you mean the hollowing of the gods? Like, both Gwyn and the Nameless King seem to be hollow by the time we meet them. Well, when we meet Gwyn, he's already inherited the flame, so he's presumably been, like, charred to a crisp, kind of like Ludleth and the other Lords of Cinder. I mean, that doesn't mean, like, he doesn't have any power left, because as we fight the Lords of Cinder, they're still powerful. But the Nameless King, that's also an interesting one to consider. We could argue that maybe... because he's given up like his godliness or his status as a deity, he's lost power. I mean, maybe not lost power, but like that might be why he appears more hollow. And so this NPC over here is actually friendly, so I'm not gonna murder hobo it right now. Justin says, Lords can hollow too. Hollows are the original state of humankind. Yeah, I think that's a fair argument to make, but I don't think like the Nameless King is super hollow. But I don't know. I do think, I would agree that like hollow is probably like the natural state of even the gods if they lost all of their souls. Elda says, you wonder if the Nameless King just came back with the Bell of Awakening, or if he was walking the world since time immemorial. It's a cool idea. They do bleed, right? Bobo says, you think they're meant to be sort of synonymous? Maybe the sun part is just used for the ruler of Anor Londo. Oh, Birdie, welcome back to the stream. You said, do I have any thoughts on the tier goddess of Kareem? Kaitha, Sort of, but I don't know enough, and that was one of the things I'm also want to like look into to have like more concrete thoughts about it. But it is interesting that like she's probably like the mother of the forlorn, and we do see Gale like kind of praying to her statue in the Cathedral of the Deep. And Elda says to Emlyn that you think Gwyn looks hollowed because he sacrificed himself to the flame and that burnt up and withered him. He's kind of the proto-soul of cinders, yeah. And Elda says, Justine, you think only special circumstances hollow lords. Normally hollows are from descendants of the Dark Soul, and pure gods never bred with humans. Justin says those bloodborne birds can be literally parried with crossbows. Emlyn says, you think they are indeed doing about this? They're doing about the same thing Gwyn's soul is in the bonfire, and the Nameless might have given his to his dragon. Yeah. Hytha, Finna, and Velka have some possible connections, hard to say. Okay. Go. Dinner time.
Oh, well, there is nothing forlorn about you. You must be the other Ash, I suppose. Oh, finally, you have come. Oh, wondrous Ash, grant us our wish. Make the tales true, and burn this world away. My lady must see flame, and you have only to show her. You are Ash, are you not? Is it not fire that you seek? Surely you have seen the rot that afflicts our world. But that which fooled the good father and buried the flame, after we had all made up our minds too. So, please, grant us one wish. Make the tales true, and burn this world away. My lady must see flame, and you have only to show her.
Right, so that's a lot of cool exposition that we learned from the little Corvian guy right here. And that the painted world is rotting because it needs to be cleansed away and kind of reborn in a ceremony of fire. And so, as I believe Tanner was pointing out, like there's a lot of parallels that we can draw from like the real world of Dark Souls, and that because Gwyn and everybody after him continue to link the flame, it's kind of caused the world of Dark Souls to stagnate overall, and that's probably why we have terrible things like the Abyss beginning to form, and creatures like Aldrich taking more form, and probably a lot more transformations and evil things in general occurring as a product of that. And we can draw that conclusion because like literally the state of the painted world is rotting, and so it needs to be cleansed. And so this is kind of like a good parallel between the two systems of worlds. And so you do get that kind of inverse of the worldly order. Instead of like keeping the flame going, this world seeks to wipe the world clean by burning it. So kind of interesting parallels to think about there. Bro Momenter, welcome back to the stream. He said, what, how, what the fuck? You sure it isn't just a weak point thing that leaves for a visceral attack? Mantis eyes, no superhead. Elda says, you wonder if the gods were literal hollows who became gods after the advent of fire, and the godkin, like Silver Knights, are representatives of later generations who were born after it. That's kind of how I view it. I mean, there's nothing to say that for sure, but that's just kind of how I take it to be. That thing needs a manscaper. He came back after Frieda. He has more to say and gives a slab. Okay, thank you. Not really. They changed it up a bit. Phobos says, a crazier theory for Gwendolyn's ascendance is, if Seath has part of Gwyn's soul, then maybe his father is Seath, though he's still Gwyn's son as he was born from his soul. Elda says, bruh, a lot of folks have a lot of theories about Kaitha, Finna, and Velka, like they might have been the same person. Some may have been Gwyn's wife, etc. Yeah, there's just a lot to say about Velka, even though the game says very little. So people just kind of take that character and run the kind of crazy places with it. Yeah, I don't know what else to make about it. And Phobo says, there's similar things in mythology like how Pandava brothers were born from various gods through one original father. And Elda says, without naming Gwyn's wife, people speculated like crazy, including someone saying Velka is the furtive pygmy in Izalith. Yeah. I tried to leave that stuff alone, mostly.
Oh, please. It must be you. I am so terribly frightened of timidly rotting away like those fools on the outside.
And those fools on the outside, I think he means like literally outside this house and not like outside the painting itself.
Oh, please. It must be you.
So another thing that's worth talking about is he mentions like we are also Ash, so that's how we know that Lady Frieda is an Ashen one as well. And it's kind of an interesting thing that he brings up that like when there's two Ashes, like we can show each other fire. And when we do fight Lady Frieda, Father Ariandel in the background will be like, oh, when two Ashes meet, it will alike light a flame, something like that. So there is some kind of deeper connection between champions of Ash and being able to spark fire between them that isn't really explained very well. I might as well rest. Hardly any souls here. Such a weird juxtaposition compared to Archdragon Peak. I mean, I guess like the only things that it killed were like super weak, but we did pick up or did fight that one really big corvian dude. Do I want to drop down here now? Oh no, that's where the one thing was. We need to go over on that side of the bridge to get over there. Okay. So that was the deadly guy over there. Asshole. There's a couple more of them lingering about in this area. And I think we'll actually see them fight each other right here shortly. I think I just need to stand here. We'll eventually see it happen. Maybe I need to actually get closer. We got a bunch of like these corvian dudes, like I don't know what looks to be like a kind of pilgrimage forward. As we come up here, I think one drops down and they start attacking each other. Then these guys all kind of run away. That was a jerk move. Tried to parry it. Got me. Yeah, I definitely don't know that dude's movesets, just because how often do you really see them? They're kind of easy to just like run away from, like once you understand the layout of the land. Justin says Gwyn's wife was Solaire before he jumped inside Nito's sex coffin. And Elda says, you've got your theory that your crazy theory that Seath is a man and woman and had an affair with Gwyn, who had no one to rest his head in guilt on. Yeah, see, those are the kind of crazy fan theories that I'm talking about. And Bertie Sanders says, why does Gwendolyn cover his eyes and why was he raised like a daughter? So Gwendolyn might actually be blind. My headcanon is if Gwendolyn is the grandchild of Seath, he might have lost his eyes as a product of being part dragon. I mean, that doesn't mesh super well with Priscilla, but I mean, maybe being blind also helps him cast more sorceries, and it shows that, like, if he's blind to the light, it just shows that, as the Dark Moon, he's more in line with the darkness. Didn't think we could get back up over here. So yeah. Other than that, it's mostly speculation. I don't remember if his mask says anything. I know it says it's supposed to imitate the sun, but it doesn't. Brett said, "Don't complain at being a Bloodborne asset. Mimizaki literally recycled the cut boss into the whole Demon Prince and called it a day, and everybody fell for it." And also, don't really waste your time thinking about how Lothric is a Lord of Cinder somehow. It's a bad content cover-up sometimes. I mean, yeah, but still, it's a exercise to see what you can make sense of. And since it's in the game, we're kind of forced to do it. Otherwise, just ignore everything. Go. Large Titanite Shard. I'm trying to remember which way I actually want to go right now. Yeah, these dudes are non-hostile, I think. Or, like, poorly hostile. They're not really strong enough to be hostile. And so when we kill some of them, we get the dung pies. Always pleasant thing to pick up, I'm sure. Oh, this is a bad one, isn't it? Oh no, he's just taller for no reason. Sock dung pie. Pushed. Don't have the number. Good. He has feet eyes. What the hell? His snakes have eyes? Yeah. Miyazaki Vision, Phobos. Oh yeah, Heimdall is also a son of 9 mothers, and you think so was Kartikeya, but he might have had 7 mothers. Yeah, so some stuff is kind of weird in mythology. I wonder if just kicking those ones, if they'll puke as well. That was kind of funny. What do we do? Is this it? I thought there was something more right over here. Oh, it's over there. Okay. I think we need to run and jump from here onto there? Okay. Oh shit. I whiffed it. Was that tall guy with the large Titanite shard a Corvian? Yeah, I think... Excuse me. Yeah, I think they're all Corvians, and we can loot some of their items from them, which will, like, explain it a bit better, I think. No stamina. Go. Hopefully we get it. Nope, just a shard. Okay, we're full. Shira does not have dragon traits either. And yeah, it is a bit questionable if Shira is one of those kind of maidens. Artagun-chan, I can be your maiden for tonight. Oof. Sheath traits may have skipped a generation, and Gwendolyn inherited the qualities as an atavism. Was that tall guy? Okay. So yeah, that's another possibility, that some of the traits could skip generations, but I mean, it's always kind of messy that, like, that's supposed to be intuited as a property within this world, being consistent with reality, I guess. That such traits can skip generations like that. So I tend to shy away from those kind of explanations just because it's a bit messier than I think it needs to be. Noah says, you like how Lothric has a voice like Gwendolyn? Maybe it's a reincarnation with the magic and stuff. Seriously, though, are the voice actors the same or something? Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're the exact same person. And Justin says, Gwendolyn's feet are literally the same model as the tree snakes, tongue and all. Go, let's not screw up this time. Oh, the camera! That's what got me, okay. Pro quills, okay, that might explain it. I don't think these ones are actually consumable. Okay, no, yeah, these ones are really cool. So, yeah, this has the rapier as well. Post in general chat, they got emerald eyes. Tree snake lore is the best lore. Actress, what the fuck, Miyazaki? What are you trying to tell us? You hope you don't get doxxed and canceled for calling Gwendolyn a he? Yeah, I didn't know it was a voice actress. I thought it was a voice actor. I could just be wrong. So if it is a voice actress, thanks for letting me know, because I didn't know. Miyazaki is just a patrician. Okay. So these are the crow quills, thrusting sword wielded by corvian knights, and a special paired weapon. When twin-handed, brandish 4 thin-edged blades in the left hand. Their infatuation with Sister Frieda, the corvian knights swore to protect the painting from fire, and to this end took to the execution of their own brethren. So that just kind of shows that there's kind of like the in-faction fighting. It's interesting though that like the bigger corvians or corvids allied with her. Maybe it's because they allied with her that they were bigger. Like, how come there aren't like stronger, smaller ones? Maybe they were all killed. I don't know. A skill quill dart simultaneously throw temporarily substantial illusions of the 4 thin-edged blades wielded in the left hand. So this is actually a really cool weapon. Definitely can't use it with my super high dexterity that we've got. An actress has a better young wife that they need for all Lothian and Gwendolyn. It's well known Miyazaki has a feet fetish. What was he trying to tell us with Gwendolyn's feet? Phallic feet are best feet. Beasts get bigger the more souls they absorb, so probably the Corvi Knights grew. Yeah, that's a good point. That would make more sense. And it's always a bit weird that we can like find corpses that just have souls on them. Like you'd expect, if anything, those would be the ones that live longer. Because a lot of them give more souls than like this guy right here, Lost Soul of an Unknown Traveler. Like he probably has more souls than like this dude right here. Not that it's like the biggest of deals, but just something to consider. That's that. And then next we're gonna trek back in another big old loop. So I don't remember if they pop out of these doors yet. Don't open. And this one doesn't open either. There's treasure. Just an angry boy. Yeah, those are just bricks. Like some of them looked weird for a second. I was like, is that actually like a design? I think we get ganked on the left here. Top. There's an item here. Oh, maybe it was a crystal lizard? It already ran away? We can like look in there, see that there's a big old fly lady. Those. Is this locked? I don't remember. Okay, it does not open from this side. I never tried going that way first, so I honestly didn't remember. So we do need to come up around here. How do we get back? Thought I could jump up to here. Maybe I do need to go like the back route. Okay. Makes sense. Did I get the crow quills? Yes, I did. Oh, he was a bad... Sorry. Lucky Luke, welcome to the stream. He said, every Dark Souls game has a weird genital monster, gaping dragon, semen dong, and curse rod of Greatwood. What was Elda saying? He was a badass traveler that could get this far. He probably ate lots of those wee guys, so his soul is beefy. Demon Souls has the Penetrator, but he isn't a monster, but he's a demon, but demons are monsters, so yep, Demon Souls too. Why is it that these corvians cast Soul Mass? They cast Soul Mass? Or the ones up top? How did I miss that one? Push me off. Stamina. That one posing like one of my French girls, I guess. Killed that one, but it's still like squirming. You don't need to grind anymore. There's literally a glyph that allows you to just farm echoes. Oh yeah, in Bloodborne. The naughty glyph. It spits blood. That's pretty cool. But not cool that he did it on me. Look at some jerks up there that we can see. Like the next area is a little bit annoying, if I remember correctly. Soul of an Unknown Traveler, and so this is like the ladder we came to come up here. It feels when no PS3 or PS5 for Demon Souls. Yeah, I have those feels myself, man. Sucks. Jerks. So this one I want to gank. Take a turn. Maybe not gank. Oh, bad time. Well, for whatever reason, you don't need souls to actually cast these sorceries, so maybe that's why they can cast them? Ooh, I'm way lower than I thought. How is that? Why was my ring not working? Because I was at like 300 and I have like 1200 HP. Ugh, it's annoying. How do we get over there again? Just need to drop down? Yeah, okay. This is the house that we were in with the friendly corvian. Although the ones up top are not friendly. And we've been going for about 3.5 hours. After these dudes, I need to take like a quick bio break. Pro talons. Sweet. Okay. I'm gonna not really pause it, but I'm gonna pull those up and then I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll just take it right now. Okay. Yeah, I'll be right back. I don't remember if the drop here one-shots. I don't think it does. So let's make some content. Oh yeah, that's gonna kill me. Why didn't I just look down? Why didn't I just look down? There's Horus. He's ready to fight with his weapons out. So that was it for now. I don't think you can actually from this point. I think you do have to go all the way down, which is a little bit of a bummer, but it's okay. So we'll just go ahead and save scum out, or yeah, I'll just reload the save. No, I'm not gonna let gravity win, El de Gusto. Not this time. I think we're embered, so we're gonna keep that state. I'm not too worried about that anymore. Of course, that would be the way that we jump down. Maybe I should back up just to see if he does something different. I don't know if that damages me. Oh, that does. Okay. I feel like a kid waiting on the ride to Disney World. It's like, are we there yet? I feel like the Joker trying to kill Batman. It's like, why won't you just die? Is this only second phase? What the fuck? Looks like some mistakes were made. I forgot he had a phase. Oof, that's not cool. Oh, that's a bad roll. Damn it. Okay. Oh my god, this dude has so much HP. Alright, and we're back. Hopefully the Be Right Back screens were entertaining. Okay. And Aldegusta says, it's believed the Xanthus king was actually the king of Izalith and had an affair with Fina, and her fateful beauty caused the war of gods and demons to happen because of pillow talk. I don't believe any of that at all. Justin says, the wall hugger is also the Prince of Izalith in the game code, also near a pyromancy and whip. Okay, don't kill the neat. Yeah, I wasn't going to kill the neat. I'm going to kill a small girl for Adam. I don't know which small girl you're talking about. Tasty, tasty Adam. You never got close to the wall hugger, so you never got a good look. You magically sniped him from far away. Norm really looks nothing like any giant we meet. He's just a big guy. Okay. So these are the Crow Talons. They're talons used by the Corvian Knights, inflicts 5 perpendicular slashes causing heavy bleeding. In their infatuation with Sister Frieda, the Corvian Knights swore to protect the painting from fire, and to this end took the execution of their own brethren. Raptor Flurry. Spread right and left talons like a broad set of wings and launch into a tornado of consecutive attacks. So yeah, I do think it's really cool that they included those weapons. Probably some more of like the unique weapons that we actually get in the game. I like personally. Never really had the opportunity to use them so much though. So I think we can hear him chanting away. I don't remember if there's anything else in this house. I don't think so. The top portion here. Thought we could go on the wall. Already did that though. So that's where the one dude is. Okay. You can't make that jump no matter how you try. Emlyn says, you said I'm going to take a bio break, hence the girl comment. Oh. Will he play with the Company of Chads, the true way to play? So when am I going to play Dark Souls 2? Probably when heck freezes over. I don't know. I have more enjoyment just looking at the lore than actually playing the game, unfortunately. No enemy did ambush us? That's crazy. So this is kind of a shortcut. Because it brings us back out here. How do we get back in? Oh, I need to go back up to the top. So that dude fell over. We get for not dying right the first time. The true way to play, punching motherfuckers to death. Did I go in that house? No, I don't think I did. It's cool that kicking them makes them puke. It's cool that kicking them makes them puke. There we go. Was there no treasure in here? Okay. Not too big a deal. A little disappointing though. Phobo says, maybe you already asked and forgot, but have I thought about doing Sekiro lore videos? So, I mean, I've considered maybe playing it, but, I don't know. I feel like a lot of the Sekiro lore is, like, really straightforward and doesn't really need videos. I mean, there's probably people who've already gone over it, probably in more depth than I would. You can fall down here, which is good. Want to do that, though? Yeah, okay. Yeah, Mr. Lolster says Sekiro lore is a little bit lean. Oh, so we get a Gale set. I didn't remember that you can pick it up so early. So this is a cool set. There's our little Red Riding Hood. So this is a cloth issued to slave knights, colored red to vibrantly signify their stature. Long ago, only the undead served as slave knights, warriors used as fodder in the bleakest of battles. They grew decrepit, their skin charred black and their bones twisted. Eventually they went outright mad, but were never relieved from duty. Which is pretty messed up. That's a decent amount of poise for a hood. Fire is 3.5, 3744. Too bad that doesn't match very well. Just let's check out the armor. This might be enough. Pretty much the same thing. No, let's go back. I can mess with that stuff off stream. Elda says, the Rugrats game for PlayStation was worse than Sekiro. Sekiro more references Japanese mythology than have any diving needed. Okami probably has more depth to it. I mean, Sekiro isn't bad. There's some cool stuff to talk about. If I were to talk about Sekiro, it'd probably be more in reference to these games. Just because, like, the deeper connections between, like, ideas of the deep or stagnation are more at play, or more easily able to be shown off in Sekiro than in Dark Souls and Bloodborne. So I would probably just use it as, like, a reference material as opposed to like a full-on lore style video. But I might play Sekiro on stream. I probably wouldn't go into it at like in as much depth just because it's more straightforward. It's more of like a narrative than whatever we want to call this. Let's jump down there. Rusted gold coin. That's cool. Guess I didn't need to do it that way. I done goofed. Oh, well, maybe I did. I could have come here, I guess. Okay, we're doing well. Best set from weight to defense. And then... Sekiro is set in a mythologized real world, so the lore has to be a bit sparse, but it is there. Boba says, you doubt most people most people that played it got what Fountainhead Palace was going for? I mean, yeah, but you can't really fault them. Like, and that's not really something that can just be explained super well from a translation. Like, you need translation notes, so it's understandable why they wouldn't get it super well. And even I only have like a passing familiarity with it. There's like another badass knight dude over here, isn't there? Or maybe he just drops down from here. I thought there was another one up here though. Oh. Large Titanite Shard. I need to drop down now. Let's equip that ring actually. Where's our cat? That's a snake. Where's a cat? I feel so blind looking at this menu. Oh, there it is. There's something else on this roof. Did I not need to drop down? Did I get bamboozled? Maybe it's to get into this house. Okay, yeah, I think that's it. These dudes aggro? Yeah, they're flies. Dark gem. So that kind of does cement that, like, there is a lot more darkness associated in this place filled with rot. It's kind of cool. Oh yeah, I actually wanted to show this place off, potentially for lore videos. I think I need to step further inside. Enough, I think. No. That's pretty much this area done for now. Push our thing back. Mr. Lawster, you said you're sorry, but are you the only one who can't shake the fear that Elden Ring will be a disappointment? I mean, to a certain extent, like, I'm fine if I'm disappointed in Elden Ring. Like, I'm trying to go into it with, like, as little expectations as possible, which I guess is a bit hard to do. Like, even though I'm a little bit dissatisfied with, like, the lore of Sekiro and some of the, like, limitations it has as far as, like, builds go, like, honestly, it is a really, really good game, and I do enjoy it. It just, like, we're kind of spoiled with already having played these games and having our own expectations set based on that. So I do understand, like, why you could be fearful of that, because like, you want to have something that you know you'll enjoy, and Elden Ring might not be that thing. But I think by the same token, it's okay if it's not that thing. And I do appreciate, like, with each of the games, they are trying to innovate in different ways. This dude's got some wheels on his back. How did it wake up now? I just wanted to make sure I was going to open the gate, which is why I dropped down this way first. To get some more of the pus in there. So this building right here is actually a real pain in the butt. Isn't there a bonfire in that house too? So I might want to step in there first. And then deal with this thing. Pretty sure. So we get another angry tree over here. I think I can ignore it. Then the bonfire upstairs, or we get invaded in here.
Your kind.
Fuck.
Time and time again. Every fleeing man must be caught. Every secret must be unearthed. Such is the conceit of the self-proclaimed seeker of truth. But in the end, you lack the stomach for the agony that you'll bring upon yourself.
Well, I screwed that up. It's cool he has the black, what's it called? The dark hand? Oh, it's so slow in the range. Let me heal up. Damn it. I didn't mean to come in this house just yet. I mean, I obviously did. I totally walked in, but I remembered just as I was walking in. Missed.
I trust you've learned your lesson.
Oof.
Inside the cold painting, curiosity could be your cross.
It was a cool death, though. I'm not too upset about that. And we just did unlock all the little shortcuts. Oof. Going back up. You don't fault them. On the contrary, you'd like them to be informed if they're interested. Informed yourself if you're missing something. Oh, just with the Sekiro videos? Okay. Justin says, you need a new Souls game? Anything will suffice. You've been playing Dark Souls 3 for 5 years now. Yeah. Alda says, to me, that giant crow had to symbolize Velka in Dark Souls 1. It didn't need to be her necessarily, but it was to show that she was involved in the events. You wonder if the Corvians are the results of the hobos of the painted world making babies with crows. They are flies, and the birds did puke on you, so it seems fair that they aggro. And Justin says, if the plague animations are anything to go off of, yeah. Ooh, Elden Ring. And Phobos says, you can't say you're afraid of that because you don't have much expectations for it. Elda wants another Bloodborne just so we can get more world building. You love the setting. Please don't more Bloodborne 2. You don't want another Dark Souls 2-3 situation. Yeah, that's fair. Yahavland was totally Japanese. On your first playthrough, you sniped the 2 knights using a great bow from the roof. Took like half an hour. You have no expectations, but it's all irrational fears. I understand it. Like, why you'd be afraid of it. Although, I mean, there's a hint of irony in that, like, you're afraid of something that hasn't come out, as opposed to, like, it coming out and being bad. I guess, like, that's the worst, or not the worst, but the worst option between the two. It's just kind of funny how that works. Because, like, right now, it doesn't matter to you, but it's when it gets released, that's when it becomes nerve-wracking, I guess. Oh, I thought I killed it. Damn, these things have a lot of health. Oh. That was cool, though. Hopefully I don't die. No. The shard. Okay. HP. Yeah, I guess I'll fight the NPC again and maybe actually try a bit harder. He's a Londor Knight. Dark Flame cigars. How many cigarettes is that? Parry time. You like this guy even if he's a simp. He has the coolest sword in the game. You wish we got to visit Londor? Yeah, it's a really great, long great sword. When fighting NPCs, always go for 2 attacks, no more. You wish we could visit the other countries in Dark Souls. You'd love to see Vindheim. He's like the Pontiff. Parrying him makes him super easy. Should get a spin-off birdie that visited those mortal countries. What happened with Dark Souls 2 was extraordinary. Everything was so messed up. You want to see Katarina? All the Onion Knights, the deep onion lore. I hear it has layers. Dark Souls 2 was originally going to have the Finito be vampire lords? Interesting. Are you afraid From will underperform even when they don't have problems like in DS2? Is he going to say anything again?
Your kind.
Oh, sweet.
Time and time again. Every flame but fit.
Actually, I'm going to go back to the bonfire just to redo that. Because my first time seeing it was kind of crap. So I'm glad we get to redo that. I was worried about that. You don't think that J.R.R. Martin will be a boon as people think? Most watched the show, not read the book or his other work. It mainly hinges on FromSoft. Yeah, I don't know. Every Souls game has been mired in problems, literally everyone. You're not wrong. And I mean, even though like we're all kind of enjoying Dark Souls 3 right now, like there are a lot of people who do have like not insignificant issues with this game. Like I enjoy it for what it is. Like I know like a lot of people dislike its lore overall. I tend to like it. Maybe not for like the minutia of the details, which some people might be upset about, but I like the overall larger themes that the game has. That's cool. Shards. Put this thing out of its misery. I thought that one was attacking me. As Jimbo would say, it's coming right at us, or coming right for us, something like that. Okay, now we get the binoculars out. So I'll run in, pull out the binoculars, and then hopefully it'll look cool. DS2 didn't have Miyazaki supervising, so you don't see why many think there will be a reoccurrence. It's hard to say. Effervescent, welcome back. And you said you're scared that From will become cocky and too over-reliant with a reputation like CD Projekt Red did with their Cyberpunk. I feel like it's a very different dynamic, but I do understand like the fears of that as well. At least with FromSoft, we do know that like Miyazaki is the president, so hopefully he has more creative control over the projects now to a certain degree, or at least the company as a whole. So hopefully it won't be like stuck in bureaucratic development hell. And Souls single player, great. Souls multiplayer, laggy mess. Yeah. Oh man, could you imagine a Souls game that actually had good internet or good like netcode? Mind blown right there. Effervescent says Miyazaki knows that people will fork over the cash for Elden Ring as soon as it's officially announced, and Cyberpunk taught you that everyone has their price. Yeah, I was never like convinced by the previews of Cyberpunk. I mean, I will wait to look at the previews for Elden Ring as well. But for me personally, the Soulsborne games and Smash Brothers are like the only two titles that I'm comfortable with pre-ordering at this point in my life. And hopefully I don't get burned again. Otherwise I'll be super jaded. Bloodborne was the only one to come out unscathed? No, Bloodborne did have like a lot of issues as well. Demon Souls was never supposed to happen. Dark Souls 1 had half the game unfinished. Dark Souls 2 changed everything near the end of development. Dark Souls 3 had a super strict development time limit. Yeah. Okay, here we go.
I've seen your kind. Time and time again. Every fleeing man must be caught. Every secret must be unearthed. Such is the conceit of the self-proclaimed seeker of truth. But in the end, you lack the stomach for the agony that you'll bring upon yourself. I trust you've learned your lesson.
Slow on the parry.
Inside the cold painting, curiosity could be your cross.
What's cool that even if I die that time, we got the intro, so I'm not too worried about that. I'll run back up, collect the souls, and then fight him. Wait for the, what's it called? The retrieval message to go away before finishing that off. The big flaw of Demon Souls is a lot of the generic names of the items. Dark Souls seems way more polished with item lore. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't played Demon Souls, so I don't know about that. I mean, it kind of wouldn't surprise me. Like, in many ways, Dark Souls does feel a bit bare bones, but I feel like they did get a lot better with, like, just the smaller descriptions as they went. Damn it. Go. Yeah. Oh yeah, I need to switch my ring. For now. Not that it's like a big deal, but for some reason him jumping reminded me. The co-op is effed up in Bloodborne. Miyazaki doesn't want to repeat the same thing, but to branch into new things. You don't think anyone here has played the VR game he did. Yeah, that's another interesting thing. Like, Derasine came out. I mean, it's obviously flew under everyone's radar because who has VR? So it is pretty apparent that he does like to experiment in his games. And hopefully, like with the open world stuff, it'll turn out really well. From the little information that I've seen, it's supposed to be like their most ambitious project yet, so no pressure, I'm sure. Is he referencing Simon? I don't think like this is a reference to Simon. Bloodborne had plenty of problems. I mean, just look at the dungeons. Yeah, I mean, that was also like them testing out procedurally generated dungeons. I mean, I'm not the greatest fan of them, but I do appreciate that they did try the effort and they didn't repeat the same mistakes. Like, that's the one thing that I'm really enamored with their company about. Like, they try new things, but they aren't afraid to make those attempts at trying something new, and they don't repeat mistakes too often. They just kind of reiterate and try to make things better until they get it right. Demon Souls was in development hell, going on like 8 years before Miyazaki took over. And your first challenge in Bloodborne, lol. In Bloodborne, you could just R1 spam any enemies, yeah. But I feel like that was them also allowing for it to happen because it's controlled aggression, so it fits into the lore a bit better. They reshaped action RPGs to the point that all are called Soulsborne, going to be hard to separate from it. Yeah. I feel like they didn't, like...
I've seen your kind.
I can't pick up until he finishes his dialogue.
Every fleeing man must be caught. Every secret must be unearthed. Such is the conceit of the self-proclaimed seeker of truth. But in the end, you lack the stomach for the agony that you'll bring upon yourself.
That was actually super cool looking. Let's go get our damn souls and then fight him. Okay, forward. So, damn it, I want to read that comment because I had something to say about it. Bonk. Bonk. I wish I could follow those up a bit better.
I trust you've learned your lesson.
Alright, that was my fault. Okay.
Curiosity could be your cross.
They reshaped actions RPGs. All are going to be reshaped action RPGs. Yeah, so I was gonna say maybe reshaping is a good term. So maybe I was just misreading that from the quick glance. Yeah, I would have said like they kind of modernized a lot of it. Because to me, as I've said before, like to me, Soulsborns are kind of like a modern Mega Man in the way that you have to approach them. You like learn a new level, learn the enemy patterns, and once you get that down, it's pretty analogous to the old style NES games to me. I'm gonna ignore this knight maybe, and then deal with him. You feel like Martin is going to ruin Elden Ring? I don't know about that. The basic bloodletting beast was what gave you your first challenge. People told me Gascoigne is going to the heart of the bosses. Here we go. But he was very beatable. Yeah, I mean, certain bosses give people different issues. Okay, slow on that. I think my flask is out. Dark hand. Alright, it's too slow. Try it again. Too slow. Okay. That one, I thought I was going to mess up, but it worked. I mean, I could just treat him like every other NPC and probably make it a bit trivial. Okay. I need to do it as soon as he lines up. Got the black flame on his sword. I figured that was going to kill me because my weapon's too slow.
Inside the cold painting, curiosity could be your cross.
Alright, I'll stop trying to be fancy. You'd be more worried if they were doing something completely different. No idea why he doesn't say different things if he killed you before. Martin will only write some setting and character lore. It'll be fine. Miyazaki will handle the story beats. Min-Max's mind is going barmy. Phobos says, you think it's a good thing they're taking their time because it lets them redo whatever they need to from scratch. I think a big thing which might have delayed them, obviously, would be the release of the next generation of consoles. Like, Dark Souls 3, Sekiro, Bloodborne, they all use the same engine. And it kind of started to show its wear over the years. I stopped to pick up poop. And so maybe they're trying to like make a whole new engine, which would probably slow things down,
I've
but
seen your kind
there's my souls down there.
and time again. Ever good for the
Oh, I could pick it up while he's talking? I didn't know. Oh. Alright, I said don't be fancy. Okay, here we go. He caught me. I'm on some chairs. That's what I thought he was doing. Got lucky. Oh no, it didn't backstab. Now I'm out of stamina. Go. I'm a second against this guy. I thought that was gonna kill me. Missed and he hit. That sucks.
Forgive me, my lady. I swore an oath, but I have failed you. Lady Elfrida.
Alright, so that was really rough. Wasn't too happy with my performance on there, but yeah, that's what's his name? Dead, and he calls her Lady Elfrida, which kind of just shows that he always thought of her as the same despite her name change. Do I need to pull this now, or do I need to show some of this off first? He was kicking the crap out of us, really. Let's pull out our torch. It's cool that there's like this kind of library here. All the statues are headless, maybe? Maybe there might be one with a head in here. It seems like they were deliberately vandalized. Bethesda shows you can literally use the same 20-year-old engine and everyone will lap it up. I mean, we kind of did with the the Soulsborne games as well, so okay, I think we do need to do it now. I thought there was a staircase up here. I guess that's after we use the lever. Oh, we need the contraption key. That's kind of cool. So I think there's another bonfire right here. No, just the girl. Maybe I need to save Scum before I talk to her. Alright, actually, we'll catch up with chat and then look at these items. What blade did he give us? these ones, isn't it? Okay, there we go. Dark blue. Drake. No. That's totally not it. But no, that's the Morian blade. Where did we pick up? I feel so blind looking at this thing. Was this it? No, that's Ariandel rapier. I'll look at chat right now. Scrolling back up. He'll only ruin it if he steps away from the project for health or whatever issues, still making deals with HBO rather than finish a Song of Ice and Fire. Bobo says a good amount of problems with these games amount to them not having to change what they need to from a previous game. Sorta, yeah. There are failures in execution, but a lot of them is keeping things they shouldn't or not implementing things they worked on in a previous game. Do I have any thoughts on miracles lore-wise? So I think just the idea that belief can shape reality is kind of what they amount to. Because otherwise, they're really kind of hard to explain. And I mean, it does work because we do see like people turning into gods and other things being shaped based on faith. Effervescent. Oh, I read that one. By the looks of the leak trailer, it looks like the same engine. Oh. Miracles seem to be the echoes of fantastic divine feats, while the first generation of miracles that inspired them were the pure power of the Lord Souls. Just look at the world design has never been as good as either Demon Souls or Dark Souls 1, despite them being completely opposite, because it tries to be both. I know, I really like the level design of Bloodborne, and even Sekiro is really good with how they incorporated a lot of the verticality. I think it's kind of easy to overlook a lot of Sekiro's level design, just because you can cheese a lot of the enemies with the stealth. So I don't really think it's the product of the level design as much as it is like maybe the gameplay design on that aspect. Phoba says, also LP on my Mega Man comment, that's exactly how Demon Souls worked. 5 separate levels you could tackle in about any order you want, so you're super right in that respect. Okay. Bloomy says it makes you made the Reckoning was hammered for flaws that vanilla Skyrim had in space. Still makes me made? I don't know what you're trying to say, honestly. Wilhelm. Okay. Wilhelm. You want to see how Miyazaki would handle a futuristic or space game? Boba says, in your opinion, what you said previously is one of the reasons why you liked Sekiro as much as you did. The game didn't present itself with as much more than it was, and they actually bothered to change what needed to be changed. Okay. Bonfire is around the corner. Effervescent says, the only thing the creation engine has going for it is that it's easy to mod, so no matter how broken a product Bethesda puts out, modders will fix it in time. Sucks for console owners, though. PC master ratio. Next to the Black Knights. Okay. Echo Fiend, welcome back to the stream. That was their goal. You think many just wanted another Dark Souls. Maybe Sekiro is not that big a game as previous titles, but it's a solid base for a better game the way Demon Souls 1 was. No idea why Bethesda was ever liked in recent years. I mean, there's a lot to it. Morrowind was a huge project. It was a really cool game that came out for its time. Oblivion kind of built on it in a lot of ways, but its leveling system was kind of garbage. Then you had Fallout 3, which just introduced people to kind of like a post-apocalyptic wasteland and had a really good aesthetic going for it. And a lot of the quests and NPC dialogues were pretty revolutionary for the time. But by the time Fallout 4 came out, like in Skyrim, a lot of the stuff was starting to show its age and showing like the lack of polish that we kind of associate with Bethesda with now, especially since Fallout 76 had its issues. And FromSoft did do a space/horror game. You don't know if he was involved, would it perfected the obscure storytelling aspect. You put made, you meant mad. Oh, you're mad? Okay. Boba says, you think if Elden Ring is successful, it'll mean even better games from them? They're using their success to push the envelope further. You couldn't ask anything more from them. And I think it is worth noting that Sekiro was voted Game of the Year in 2019. It wasn't necessarily what I thought was the Game of the Year, but I mean, it did win that kind of accolade. So as far as like a developer goes, I'm sure they have a lot more pushing power in terms of like being able to retain their creative integrity as a result of that. And Soliloquy says CD Projekt Red and Cyberpunk got massive. Previously reputable YouTubers like Young Ye sell out to promote a blatantly flawed product. The Demon Souls remake got huge Souls community YouTubers to overlook flaws. Bethesda rely on modders. Biggest problem in Fallout 4 is the speech system. Okay. You think that was more Sony and Bluepoint than FromSoft? As far as you know, FromSoft had nothing to do with the Demon Souls remake, and it shows. I don't know. So what did we pick up from him? Gasblade, Blackblade. No. Onyx Blade. It's gotta be this. Okay, yeah. Don't know why I was so blind. Frieda, the eldest amongst her sisters and leader of the Sable Church, bestowed this sword to her knight. Only the sword was a farewell gift, and acceptance signified the knight's resignation from Elfrida's service. And from the skill we get Elfrida's Black Flame, and Wreath Blade with Black Flame, born of the similarly hued flame that smolders within her. So that's kind of cool. It shows that like her flame is more tinged with humanity as an Ashen one. So maybe that's why she failed to link the flame. I don't know how that really works out, but it just goes in hand with like the Sable Church being the Black Church, and this Onyx Blade is like Onyx is just a synonym for black as well. Obviously, it's a kind of like mineral, but y'all know what they're going for. Did he also give us a shield? I should have paid more attention rather than actually like trying to look cool for the camera. Oh no, we got that one. Shield of Went. Oh yeah, this will be it. No, didn't we get this one? We got this one way earlier. Where's it the bow that we got? Shit. I don't remember. I don't remember reading this though, but this is the shield of an ancient king who was cursed by an all-consuming thirst. In the end, he was no king. The residue of the king's lust still smolders within the shield, increasing the number of souls absorbed when enemies are defeated. Interesting. So that's obviously like a tie to like King Vendrick and Nashandra. FromSoft wasn't involved. Bluepoint, yeah, they just used the original code. She tried to usurp the flame but failed because she didn't have enough dark sigils. It's faithful enough. They did good facelifts of Shadow of the Colossus. Was King Durant in the original Demon Souls? It's just the sword and the... Oh yeah, the contraption key. Thank you. Yeah, I would have drawn a blank. Contraption key. Thank you very much, Echo Fiend. So this is the key to the contraption leading to the attic of the archive found on the edge of the Corvian settlement. After Sir Wilhelm... Oh, so he does have two L's. Led a white-haired woman to the attic of the library. He kept this key as if it were his life. So this is the painter that we'll rescue. And you guys said the bonfire is around the corner? Okay, it's probably that over there. I don't want to talk to her quite yet, but I'm afraid she'll just start talking at me. Right, no, this is the other shortcut, so maybe it's over by the night. Oh no, I remember. It's definitely out here. It's not open from this side? Weird. Why the hell did they do it like that? It's so backwards. Okay. You got a dark hand? Well, we picked one up from Uria. And then I'll actually unequip the torch. Oh, I can still click roll now. We have a decent amount of weight to work with. Okay. Effervescent says, the sad thing is, you can't find a single YouTuber has done an actual in-depth critique videos of the flaws in the Demon Souls remake. You honestly believe the only people to own PS5s have Sony connections? One shield is from Izalith. Okay, yeah. Thank you, guys. Even though Demon Souls 5 is on PS5 is beautiful. As a huge Devil May Cry 5 fan, Sekiro getting Game of the Year makes you feel like Michael Jordan. That's the way you want it to be? Okay, fine. It's not like he didn't deserve MVP, but you took it personally? Oh, Michael Jordan. Okay, that makes more sense. I was like, I don't know who this guy is. Is he a game developer? Yeah. I honestly felt like... I'll leave that, my speculation about Game of the Year that year. The one shield is from Drangleic, but we pick it up in the Demon Ruins in this game. The balcony is probably made so that the girl can't escape. No, I mean, I'm fine with the balcony. I was just weird that... Oh, okay, I see what you mean. For her, so this door is locked from the inside, so she can't escape. Okay, that makes sense. I was thinking of, like, the gameplay. Like, that's a weird way to make it work. But yeah, no, that makes sense. Thank you, KD. And also welcome in. I don't remember if I welcomed you today. Walster says, you saw the PS5s in a store. Do you get Sony connections with your purchase? Something like that. Mimnax says, you literally have the entire script written out and recorded half of it, but you're procrastinating too much on a video talking about the flaws of Demon Souls. I mean, if people think there's a need for that, I would say definitely make that kind of video if you think it hasn't been done yet. I mean, it just shows that there's probably an audience for it. Okay, everyone. We've actually gone over 4 hours today, which is perfectly fine. We didn't get to Elfrida, which is also fine, but that'll also be a cool segue into the next stream. So we'll cut it short here today, and then tomorrow I'll need to go into that building over there. And we'll begin with the little painter. Or not tomorrow, I misspoke. Starting Monday. So yeah. For everyone who stepped in for the stream, lurked, commented, all that good stuff, I thank you. And we will pick it up again Monday starting 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So until then, I hope you all stay safe, and hopefully we'll see you again. Take care, have a good weekend, and a good Easter. Goodbye.